PKA 780. New guest, Goblin. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful, wonderful merchandise. Goblin, I was telling you a second ago, I got sucked into all your shit from your YouTube Shorts guy. What struck me initially about your content is how disparate how you look versus your drug experience is, because
spend my whole life.
I don't look at you and think this guy's done every drug under the sun 1,000,000 times. And then you'll start telling a story and you'll be like, so I was in Tijuana getting sucked off. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's wild. So thank you for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, that's not anything new to me. You know, I think pretty much my entire life I've kind of gotten away with things because of that. So it's definitely worked in my benefit.
Yeah.
You're in disguise.
So the most recent one I saw was you ripping on Illinois dispensaries, which I'm from Missouri. And so we make fun of the Illinois dispensaries all the time over here because we're in the land of the free and Illinois is communism. Have you ever had a good experience over there? Is it just triple the price?
Wait, hold on. Does Missouri even have dispensaries yet, though? You guys legalized, right?
Yeah, we're early 23 they popped up. And so it's a couple of years ago and that we've had them. And
you guys are already beating us. You're already shitting on our...
Oh, are you in Illinois?
No, not anymore. Thank God I'm not. But I was up until 2023. So right when you guys got disposed, I fled the state. I'm in California now, which is not. I mean, it's better for the dispensaries, and that's about it. But yeah, Illinois is like back when I lived there. The dispensary is just generally not where you shop, because like, dude, the taxes are like 35%. Like, it's disgusting. And then you pay 35% taxes and you get shittier weed than you can drive an hour and a half to Michigan to get anyways. And it's, Illinois dispensaries suck.
Hour and a half each way, though? Like, you're committed.
It's worth it, dude. I mean, you go like once a month, you know, you grab all your weed, you drive home, you know, you go through Indiana and all the cops are sitting on the border and you just got to fight through the gauntlet.
A 3-hour round trip is 3 hours. Like, you can.
Kyle lives in Georgia. He used to drive to Illinois years ago.
Drive to Illinois to do.
Yeah, so you get it. Yeah. You get it.
Oh,
3 hours.
Imagine driving 5.5, 6 hours to get to like weed paradise, and you end up in Illinois through some fault of your own, clearly. And those dispensaries are so awful because my experience had been California and Denver.
You had the best. Yeah,
it's so nice. Each strain of weed has like its dedicated iPad next to it that has like the cannabinoids broken down and the terpenes and the flavor profile, and let alone indica sativa. You know, it's all the lab stuff is there. You go to fucking Illinois and it's like the Stone Age. First of all, it's scary and sketchy. Some of them look nice, don't get me wrong, the nicer ones, but I was going to the southernmost ones because I didn't want to go any further than I needed to.
Near East St.
And it was
Louis.
like they knew they had you. So I don't know if it was near St. Louis, but I remember one of them was Thrive. I remember Thrive.
Oh, that one's a shithole, dude.
Yeah. And then the other one, I've got the other one pulled up. It's high profile of Cape Girardi Dispensary, I think, maybe. Oh, no, that one's in Missouri.
Cape Girardi is southern Missouri.
Yeah, you're right. It's near where I went, though. And I just remember I'm sitting in the parking lot waiting on them to open up, and they do medical and recreational. And I'm reading the reviews in the parking lot, and it's like, never return. Prices are 3 times what they should be. The guard was staring me down the whole time with his hand on his gun. He unclipped it when I walked in. It's like so much of that where people are like being basically intimidated by the private security that works at those places. The one that's the southernmost, I specifically remember it was nice once you got inside, but they like pre-screen you in this second almost outside room.
Yeah.
And like
that's normal. I think that's everywhere. They take your ID and then they open the lock and then you can go in.
Well, like they like buzz you in, and then there's again a guy with a fucking gun there, like looking at you, like, "You cool, bro? You gonna behave in here?"
You. Yeah,
shoot you at a weed store.
Yeah, I'm gonna behave. What do you think? I'm gonna shit in my pants? Like,
we don't have gun. We don't have gun guys here. We don't have any gun guys here at our dispensaries.
Experiences like that'll drive a guy to just get it in the mail.
Yeah,
exactly, dude.
Or just go to a drug dealer. But I know it's like a meme here in St. Louis where I live, where all the southern Illinois people drive over the bridge, buy here, and then drive back because Illinois is such a ripoff. It's a known ripoff. Like all the weed states know Illinois is the one to point the map at.
Yeah, and you can't home grow in Illinois. So it's, you can't grow your own weed. You pay 35% taxes when you go to the dispo. No one goes to the dispo.
Is
the only
growing
people going to
weed
the
really
dispo.
hard? Like I have about a 25% success rate with tomatoes.
I personally have never given it a try. I have a friend who threw a tent up in his garage and grew some of the shittiest weed I've ever smoked. So I'm going to say, yeah,
I tried to grow mushrooms once. I'm 0 for 1 in that field.
Failing on mushrooms is unreal.
Turns out you can grow mold.
So you just grew mildew.
Yeah.
You just got a nice fermented tub.
Instructions.
Yeah. And it
Did
smells
you
like
get
a
one
nice
of those
wet
kits
towel.
that comes with, hypothetically in Minecraft, did you get one of those kits that comes with like the whole mechanism where it's like, yeah, you grow inside this box and it's the soil. It's got the
we were ready
special
for
dirt.
it. We bought like 3 kits or something like that, and we haven't tried it again.
Fair.
But
my friend
we
had
only bought
success with
one
that.
set of spores, but 3 sets of like growing kits or something. I don't know. I got discouraged.
Yeah.
You guys don't mind my cat's gnawing on my cable in the corner? I'm gonna go throw them out.
Knock that off.
Give me a
knock them
moment. I'm
off
so
of there.
sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Feline terrorist.
Yeah, I feel I have so much sympathy for you guys not living in the land of the free yet with weed. Kyle's
don't know
convinced
that I
that Georgia
changed
will
it.
never come back.
Oh, they're not
will never
no.
come around. And I think if I were to bet, I would think North Carolina would come around before Georgia. But at some point, Georgia will, right?
Well, see, like Atlanta decriminalized, so it's like it's a ticket anyway in the city, and that's where all the people who smoke weed are anyway. Like there's such a big difference between Metro Atlanta and the rest of the state. Off the top of my head, like 70% of the state's population is in Atlanta, and then the rest of it is very different politically and racially and like in every other kind of way. So I don't know that. I don't think anything's going to change. We got that marijuana oil for kids who have seizures or something like
This seems like a good
7-8 years ago. But then I don't even think they gave you like a good way to get it. I think there was a law that says like, oh yeah, if you've got like, I'm dying right now in incredibly pain syndrome, you can absolutely have some of this oil. So, oh great, thank God, I need it so bad. So how do I acquire it? Oh, that's your problem. And it's like, what's
Well, it's going to be a huge ordeal to try and get it.
Yeah, you can't get it. There's no way to
CVS doesn't
facilitate
sell?
getting it.
CVS doesn't get CVS doesn't
Marijuana
even
oil?
sell. CVS just sells like packets for nicotine now. They don't even sell like dip or cigarettes anymore. It's just like
Really?
all those little it's either CVS or Walgreens. I'm thinking of one of them still has the cigs back there. I think Walgreens still has the cigs
Yeah, they pull all that stuff.
because you can see those Virginia Slims. They always
They're
have.
selling Zins now, dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah, dude. Do you think, Goblin, that we're any closer than a couple of years ago, maybe to federal legalization for weed? Because that seems like just the next big thing.
We're
further away from
We're
it.
further. Oh, a
ban
million.
Delta.
Oh, bro. Oh, you just opened my can of worms, dude. Hold on. So, all right. So
Educate us.
let me give a little bit of background lore on like myself and like because I own a brand in the hemp industry. So I ship THCA to people's doors, and I've been doing it for like 2 years now. My partner in the brand is one of the biggest brands in the entire industry. And in the basically all of the past year, 2025, there's been like a million different attempts to try to ban this hemp industry that emerged from the 2018 Farm Bill. All of the, like, when you go to the smoke shop and they have weed in a jar and you're like, am I a fucking smoke shop or a dispo? That's all because of the Farm Bill that passed in 2018 that legalized all these hemp products, right? In 2025, there's been like countless attempts by a bunch of politicians who have basically been bought out by like big tobacco and alcohol companies to close that. Some people call it a loophole. It's not a loophole. I think it's more they didn't apply enough like discretion when they wrote the law legalizing hemp products, and effectively they legalized everything. You know, like there's products that you can go to the dispensary in any state in the country right now and buy that by the federal definition are hemp that you can just ship. But the only reason they don't is because they're manufactured by a brand that isn't licensed in that industry. And just like 2 weeks ago in the 2026 spending bill, which ended the longest government shutdown ever, Mitch McConnell at the very end of the very last version of the bill sneaks in this amendment that redefines hemp products in a way that bans literally everything. Full spectrum CBD is banned effective a year from that day. All the THCA products are banned a year from that day. All the sketchy gas station edibles like the Delta 8 shit and all the sketchy stuff you see is banned. Everything, pretty much every, cannabinoid or cannabis or hemp related product that you can find in a smoke shop outside of like a licensed state dispensary is gone as of November 12th, 2026. And the reason that they snuck it into the spending bill is because they tried it with the 2026 Farm Bill and it got shot down pretty fast. They've tried a bunch of other bills that they've been pushing for, and that got shot down. And the entire reason that like these tobacco and alcohol companies are pushing for this is they're getting ravaged by the hemp industry. You know, there's just not enough regulation for the hemp industry. And as someone who owns a brand in it, like there should be way more regulation. It's pretty sketchy what you're legally able to sell right now, but an outright ban is not the way to do it. And these alcohol companies hate that people are getting these CBD or THC seltzers now instead of going and buying a beer. They hate it, so they had to put a stop to that. And I think overall, Trump has, like, from my understanding, I think he's kind of made it clear that like he doesn't really have much of a take on legal cannabis, and he'll kind of go wherever his, wherever the GOP's heading. And unfortunately, cannabis legalization in this country is almost entirely dictated by lobbying money. Like, it is literally a battle of like, who's got the most bread to make a polite donation, And unfortunately, tobacco and alcohol companies have a lot more money than the multi-state operating cannabis companies that want it legal. So, until that changes, I think, we're pretty far from it right now. It would take like a different administration with a different approach to change it.
I think I'm just, that sucks.
It does blow, dude.
I think I'm just biased because I'm from Missouri and we legalized it here, and we're like one of the reddest states in the country. And so I just thought by that, like, oh, well, it'll extend, like Georgia's more purple than us. North Carolina's more purple than us. Maybe that'll work in the right direction, but I guess not. Mitch McConnell. And was it even Mitch McConnell who put that in the bill? There's no fucking way it was him. It was some staffer who threw that in, some person making a little
He doesn't know what any of this shit means, dude. He has no idea. He hasn't read it.
3 minutes. He's like falling down twitching every 3 minutes, and we still pretend he's making decisions.
Dude, it was like 1,000 pages deep in the 2026 spending bill, snuck in this tiny little 2-line amendment that they had to vote on 12 hours later. Not a single person that voted yes on that spending bill read that amendment.
Sure, but they voted on the amendment too. And I don't give them the pass that you're giving them. Like, you fucking approve the amendment. Suck a dick, everyone who voted for it. Like, he didn't scrape it in there without it being voted on. They voted to add that amendment to the spending bill. Now, passing the spending bill, I get some of them may have felt like their hands are tied. There's people literally starving because SNAP's not going out. Like, I get it.
Yep.
But voting on the amendment, no excuse. You voted to do this. This is where you stand.
We just need one better guy around Trump, because I agree with Goblin that like Trump doesn't seem to give a fuck about weed either way. Like, he's a famous teetotaler. He's not using it either way. He doesn't really care, but he is going to go along with whoever he respects most, who's closest to him. Like, it could be as much as someone being like, you know what, maybe weed isn't that bad, and he'd be like, whatever, it's fine. And then
this is like it's kind of splitting hairs, but the Delta 8 stuff is so different from weed. Like there's a lot of people who would vote. Yeah, but legally speaking, it is. It's Wild West, 50 state legal marijuana in every like denomination and every way of isolating it, just in stores, in smoke shops. That's not what a lot of people want, and what a lot of people voted for. They want legalized marijuana that's taxed and regulated and weighed and measured, and that there's no issues with it. The way it is now, like, look, I'm fucking almost 40. I go buy my shit at the dispensary or order it online or whatever, and that's that. But it just, I would imagine if you're like a teenager, it's just really easy to get like Delta 8 vapes and gummies these days because they're just everywhere. Gas stations have them. It's crazy.
Yep.
I mean,
probably like
gas
beer.
Stations have them.
It's probably like beer or alcohol. I could have said.
I bet it's even easier.
Dude.
So easier.
It's way easier. Yep.
Explain to me why.
Because there aren't like little silo distributors that you can go get for beer. Like there are guys, with weed connects. Like if you want beer and you're underage, you kind of have to either have a parent or older sibling, or you got to pull a hey mister. And that's how you have to do it, because it's all sold. Also, in a lot of states, just in regulated state-run shops.
That's how.
But if you want alcohol,
but there's still drug dealers. Like there's still regular drug dealers to just
that's
go.
What you mean? Drug dealers.
Yeah. And so there's way more options if you're trying.
In my head, I'm like, I don't know why the gas station people would be diligent about cigarettes and beer, yet let vape slide without getting carded. I thought that was your argument. I didn't.
Do they even have to card people for Delta 8?
No,
is that,
no,
they don't have to card them at all.
No,
that's
so
what I'm
this
saying.
Is one of the really. This is one of the really interesting parts, because of the way the 2018 Farm Bill is kind of worded, what legalized all this is they never expected an intoxicating product to come out of that legislation. So they never put any requirement for ID checks or anything, because it was supposed to be people making hemp t-shirts, and their warehouse and shit. And now there's just synthetic cannabinoid carts at gas stations. And even for my brand, we asked people, hey, are you 21 plus? That passes the legal responsibility onto them. Every brand that does that out of good faith. There's no actual, if for example, let's say myself, I open up a store called buyweedonline.com, and my first ever customer is a literal 14-year-old kid, dude. And he sends an email to us after placing his order. And he's like, I'm 14. Can you double wrap it so my mom doesn't smell it when it gets here? Of course, logically, we're we should just cancel this guy's order. But there's a lot of vendors that will just be yeah, dude, 100%, we'll double wrap it and ship it. That's their bread and butter.
Damn. I didn't know it was that sketchy.
And also, if you're talking about a high school level black market product, if you're 16 and you're wanting some beer to like get drunk tonight with your buddies, that's a lot of beer you need. That's a lot of square inches of product that you need. But if we want to get high on gummies, I need like a pocket full of gummies. Each of us needs one gummy, and I've got them in my pocket, and they look just like something that's perfectly legal. They look like gummy bears. They don't say Budweiser in a big 16-ounce can, and I got to have like 20 of them so me and my boys can go have a good time. It's just like 3 pieces of candy in my pocket, and now we're all blazed.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it is way easier to get fucked up on weed than alcohol.
I always hear stories of like the bathrooms in high school now are like people just install passing the vape around. Just everybody's getting blazed before class, and I'm like,
that can't be good. That can't be a good evolution.
Imagine yourself in high school, and they, you know, when I was in high school, I remember somebody brought weed one time, and everybody was like, all right, well, lock everything the fuck down and call the cops and bring the dogs. That's what they did. Because it's like, somebody just smoked a joint at fucking school. We're going to get them. But if you've got a vape in the bathroom, it smells like Fruity Tooty. You know? Like, to most people,
there's a lot of vape
indistinguishable from nicotine.
Yeah, either nicotine or some are just flavored, I think. Like,
some are just flavored. Yeah.
Super innocent vape.
These come in just flavor, too. Like, you can get these in Nick, or you can get them in just flavor. This is Mexican mango. It's delicious.
What is Goblin? What's your history with drugs and weed? Like, did you start very young? Did you pick it up in like late high school, college?
My first time getting high, I was 15. Well, all right. I guess my entire timeline. The first time I ever got intoxicated on anything, freshman year in high school, I got hammered after that homecoming that year, which was, I feel like, just kind of tradition at that point.
Normal.
You go to the school dance, we went to this girl's house after, and her parents weren't home, and their basement was just lined with the nicest bar I'd ever seen. And we cost them a lot of money that night. And pretty shortly after that, I started smoking weed, just kind of casually with my friends. I think I didn't really become like an actual like drug addicted degenerate until like towards the end of my sophomore year of high school. I was 16 at that point, and I started taking Xanax and drinking cold meds because it was way cheaper than smoking weed.
Shit, that's early. 16, you were Xanax.
Robotripping at 16?
It escalated pretty quick. Yeah, I went from 15, just a little stoner kid, and now 16. I'm smoking whatever basically
How were your
I could get my hands on. Oh, dude. So I
really good, right?
I don't know where this is going yet. Really?
So I got sent to an alternative school in my junior year because my GPA, I went to like a very nice school district. Like my parents really tried for me, dude. They wanted to give me a shot. And I blew it. I was in a nice school district, and I learned that the way my school district padded their graduation rates, they're like one of the top districts in Illinois. The way that they padded the graduation rates was all the little degens like me with low GPAs, they'd ship off to this alternative school that gave no homework. So they come to me during the end of my first semester of my junior year of high school, and my GPA at this point is 0.8. Like I'm worthless in the classroom.
Room for improvement.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm worthless in the classroom. And when I was a kid, I was like a really good student, dude. I remember being in elementary school. I was like in the advanced classes, making my parents proud. And then I ended with a 0.8. Yeah, 0.8.
So you just showed up and then just like you obstinately didn't do tasks where they're like, fill out this worksheet, and you're like, nah, fuck you.
I mean, by that point, I was either high or asleep in like every class. Like the only time they'd get me right is first period, because first period, I just didn't have the time to really get high enough yet. You know, there was a girl named Megan who she used to steal all her parents' Xanax, and she'd bring the whole bottle every other week and she'd sell it to me. And then her friend named Peyton had a grandma who had a script for that too. And I'd meet him in the library every couple weeks. I'd buy the whole bottle from him. And then by second period, I'm asleep. So I didn't do much homework, and that's what really killed me. Because like the moment I walked out of the door, you weren't getting a single thing out of me school wise. Like I'm not doing shit. And you know, once I started sleeping through my classes, I couldn't even do the tests. You know, for a while I was able to kind of like straddle and be like, well, I don't do any homework, but like I'll get a B or a C on the test. You know, so I'll make it past the class. I'll get a C or maybe a D, but once I started popping pills and really the psychedelics are what drove me to like, fuck this school shit. I used to take a ton of acid, and I was really like invested in the idea of like, dude, I'm just going to get a studio apartment, work at McDonald's, and take acid every day. Like that was my life, my dream.
This is crazy because you look like a professional Pokemon player. Like,
dude, and I've got a whole shelf of Pokemon cards right there, dude. All my Pokemon cards.
I'm on point then.
Dude, somehow I had the same ambitions with no drugs as a kid. And my GPA wasn't too far either.
You mentioned the cough medicine.
What you're like, yeah, my GPA was similar, but it was out of sheer laziness and obstinance.
He said, on Xanax. Once I get out of school, you're not getting anything out of me. And I'm like, preach it, brother.
Yep. Yeah, so I didn't do clocked in, and that's it.
So you were every single morning drinking the syrup or taking the pill every
at
single
least
morning.
Something. When I was younger, I was like, I don't think I was like a drug addict in the sense of like I had one specific drug that I really enjoyed, but I was addicted to just being high. Like I don't know what it was when I was younger, because like I had a nice upbringing, dude. My parents were great, you know. They took me to Burger King and let me skip school sometimes, you know. That shit was fun. So like I had a fine upbringing, but like I just didn't like enjoy being sober. Once I discovered getting high, I was like, dude, this is the greatest thing ever. And I think slowly like the consequences of that started to build up, and like you don't notice that happening when you're getting high every day. And then eventually when the consequences really built up, I dropped out of high school my senior year. My mom threw me out of her house because I was just not behaving, and I had to move in with my dad. My parents are divorced, and he lived in like a shithole town, like very different. My mom like moved me into this small little condo in a very nice area to put me in that good school district. My dad was in the trenches. So, you know, I show up to school the first day at my new high school for my senior year, and I'm just like, yo, this is not my environment. Like, you know, I don't think I need to go much into detail why. You can look at me, you know, be like, yeah, he needs to be in a nice school, you know? Sure. So I show up for a couple days. I go home and I tell my dad, I'm like, yo, Dad, I'm dropping out, dude. I'm going to work at Jewel Osco. You know, I'm going to stock shelves at the grocery store, Dad. And he was like, great. Sounds good. You know, let's drop you out of school. And that was the first
no pushback at all.
Oh, no, dude. I mean, at that point in my senior year,
he's like, oh, damn, we could drive to work together.
So I kind of see it.
As long as they don't give you any of my hours.
In my head, tell me if I'm right. Your dad is like, well, if we're not going anywhere, we might as well get there now. Right? Yeah. Why go to high school all year?
Yeah, no need to waste the time. He had better things to do. Yeah, better things to do. So pull me out of school, then he doesn't have to take me there anymore, and it saves him time. So win-win for us. Yeah, I dropped out of school. By the time I dropped out, I'd already been to rehab once. So like my parents had kind of tried to like straighten me out. I never hit it. Like my mom would ask me like, "Are you high right now?" And I'd be like, "Yeah," and she'd be like, "What'd you take?" I'd be like, "A lot," like just whatever. I was always very honest about it. I never tried to hide it. But then I dropped out of high school, and that's when like I really started being a degen drug addict. Like I really didn't do shit all day, but like sit in my room and get high. And like I didn't have a car because I crashed it. I lost my job pretty quick at Jewel. I got arrested for felony retail theft. I stole a bunch of games from Walmart to go sell at GameStop for weed money.
Were you high when you crashed your car?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my God. I was hammered, dude. I was like, so I've totaled 3 cars in my life. And I'm only 26. I'm a young guy. So like, that's a pretty fast rate of totaling cars. Sure. Technically I've totaled 5, but 2 were not my fault. 0 fault accidents after I got sober.
So 3 total cars was the best possible scenario you could present.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah. 3 total cars was like me like downplaying, like, hey, those are just my bad ones, my first one, I was really drunk. I think me and my friends used to do dumbass shit. Like we would steal NyQuil from Walgreens and then pour it into beer because like it would get us more fucked up. So like we drink half the beer and then pour a bunch of NyQuil in it and then slam that. And then like it'd make us, if you fought going to sleep, you'd get really fucked up. So I did a bunch of that.
That's crazy because I was around a lot of people doing drugs and also getting fucked up in my mid-20s, early 20s especially. And the thought of a friend of mine drinking half his Bud Light and being like, dude, trust me, with NyQuil, I would be like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like my whole friend group would have been like, something's wrong. Something's up. We all had 14 beers, but this is a problem.
Did you ever huff gasoline? Because that's the most degen thing I've ever witnessed.
That is where I drew the line. Huffing stuff is where I drew the line. I had a bunch of friends who used to huff. They used to inhale like fresh whipped cream canisters behind the grocery store to like get that little.
That's not that bad though. That's
rush.
Like nitrous oxide. That
was a thing in my brain. I was like, no, that makes me a tweaker. Like, I can drink NyQuil beer every day, but like the moment if I start huffing stuff, I'm a tweaker. I can't.
It wasn't even codeine. It was just NyQuil.
Yeah, dude. We didn't have money for codeine. That shit's expensive, dude.
Yeah, codeine
isn't that horrible for you?
Absolutely.
Well, it's Robotrip. When you mentioned the cough medicine the first time, I was like,
I thought NyQuil put a bunch of stuff in there where it's like, we'll solve this problem by killing them. If they use it.
Isn't that horrible for you? Like, I think I'm catching on to the notion that fitness isn't your top priority.
No,
we're not.
No,
but acetaminophen in that. I think does NyQuil have that?
It does. It has that. It has this thing called, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of all these. Guaifenesin, I think. That's the one that's supposed to make you puke. So a lot of the manufacturers put that in to like try to stave off kids like me. But dude, you fight the sleep and you fight the nausea. And if you win the battle, you're going to have a sick ass time. So, that's what we do like every other day.
You went hard in the paint. And you're 26 now?
I'm 26 now. I got sober. God, I don't count the days anymore, but I got like California sober, so that's a loose term. I did that like 3 years ago. It's been now. It was it was like the end of 2021. I stopped doing blow and ketamine and Xanax and all that. But yeah, I kind of went through the whole ringer. I smoked crack one time when I was 17.
Was it fun?
No, fuck no. It's actually not fun. It's infuriating, actually, is what it is. Like I got really like, imagine the worst rage you've ever felt in your life. And it lasts for about 2 minutes. And then you're just like, oh, dude, like, what was I pissed about? Me and my friends.
It did to you?
Yeah, but I will say.
What was it you were enraged over? Was it just any random?
Bro, I punched
some
my
guy
mom.
chewing with his mouth open?
We were in my kitchen, me and 2 other friends, and I had a buddy who at the time was selling blow. And we had been doing a ton of coke, and like we were very tired of it. Coke's a very like repetitive drug. It's something that like. Obviously, when you're out for a night drinking with your friends, it's the greatest invention ever. Like, it's amazing. But Coke is a drug that, like, you can get tired of pretty quick if you're not really hooked on it. And me and my friends were tired of it. And we go over to my house after school one day, and my buddy has this big bag of blow on him. And he's like, dude, what if we made crack? Like kind of jokingly, he's like, dude, what if we fucking make crack? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess like we have cocaine, like technically we could. We start Googling shit and we end up on Erowid. And there's this thread on Erowid, which Erowid's like the biggest drug for. I love that website. Shout out to Erowid. And there's this thread, and then we find a YouTube video from a guy. This is like a decade ago. Now I don't think you could ever post this. But there's a YouTube video, not of a guy like actually cooking it, but like text on the screen, like those old school, you know, with the stock music and like when you look up an old game, it was one of those.
He's got star wipes teaching you how to make crack on the stove. Yeah,
literally, it was with the Times, the Comic Sans font or whatever it was, just one of those old style videos. It was like a step one. You know, little known fact here, you can do it with just a spoon. You don't need like a whole pot. You don't need like any, you know, the way you mentally envision cooking crack is like, that's if you're the plug. You know, if you're just a guy like me who just wants to try it with your friends, you just need a spoon and some baking soda and a lighter. And like, that's pretty much it. And water.
And then you just put the cocaine in the spoon with that stuff and you light it. So
there's, I don't remember the exact like ratios of what you put in, but at one point the Coke enters the spoon with the baking soda and the water, and you kind of mix it all together while you hold the lighter below it, just very briefly. And you mix it until it gets cloudy. It honestly kind of looks like you nutted in the spoon. Like once it looks like you've nutted in the spoon, it's ready to go in the freezer. So after that, you pour it on a little tin foil, throw it in the freezer. We let it sit. And this is not like a good, like, this is not like, man, I made some pure ass crack. This shit was horrible. Like it was for sure, from what I've learned talking to other crack smokers, it wasn't good.
Yeah, well, they're notoriously not picky though, crack smokers.
That's right.
They'll fire it up.
100%.
I'm watching people cook crack right now on YouTube. There's so many videos of people cooking crack.
Is there really still?
It's like the best way to cook crack.
how many minutes was it? Because I imagine this is like a high time preference thing. Like when you put it on the tinfoil sheet in the freezer, was it like, we got to find something to do for 20 minutes. And then
I remember correctly, it was around 30 minutes. It was about half an hour. You let it sit and then you pull it out. It was more of an eyeball thing. I remember we checked on it a few times just to make sure it was solid, because that was, from what I remember, just the prerequisite. Like if there's any motion in it when you move the foil, leave it in there. You know?
Did it get you any more fucked up than if you had just done the equivalent amount of Coke?
It was, honestly, it was like as if I had like, the amount of Coke that I would chop up for, let's say, 6 hours, it was as if I had just railed that whole pile and like it all hit me in 2 minutes and left. Like it was not a different high than Coke in any way, really. It was just much more like concentrated almost, you know?
Okay.
But
Coke is my least favorite drug. Coke sucks.
Oh, dude, you're lucky.
Hate it. Hate it.
Lucky, dude.
It's all that post-nasal drip. I just get a little more anxious than my baseline for like 3 minutes. And all your friends are talking about how great it is. And then you have to deal with that next morning Coke thing where, like, if you've ever been at a bachelor party or whatever kind of thing where a bunch of people are doing Coke at night, when you wake up the next morning, there's always 2 to 3 people in like a group of 15 that are the actual Coke heads. And they have like the most revisionist history the next morning of all time, where they're like, do you guys remember how all of us were doing tons of Coke? And it's like, no. All of us did a line, and then you guys stayed up until right now doing more cocaine. And then you called a guy, and he was in fucking Kansas City, and you told him you'd give him a $300 bonus if he drove it to the Ozarks. And then you stayed up till 3:15 to greet this guy, take the Coke, do a little bit, then buy a bit more from him. And then he went home. Like that was a real bachelor party story. It was. The next morning, they were all just bleary-eyed and everything. Like, remember how fucked up we got? And it's like, dude, you guys are still fucked up. Like, you're still gacked out. Yacked out? What's the term?
I think that works. That term probably works.
Yeah. Cocaine sucks. Worst drug. I just like downers. Weed, alcohol, things that mellow you out.
You do LSD. LSD is so amazing.
I'm a little spooked by.
Saylor, you're coming off like a square.
I'm coming off a bit like a square, but I'm a little spooked by hallucinogens. I did shrooms once, but it was a very small amount. I've never had a real trip.
I think there's that whole thing about like, does everyone see the same thing when they look at the color blue? Are they all seeing the same thing? And so I wonder that about all sorts of experiences. Like, Is he feeling the same way I feel when he smokes this marijuana pen or this, or when he does a bump of coke or whatever? I wonder. But because I've heard people describe mushrooms as this extremely potent hallucinogen, and in my experience, it's just nausea and a little paranoia, and it gave me a panic attack one time, and just not a great high. Like I feel light, I feel a little dizzy, I feel kind of woozy, I feel like I lost blood, not like I'm having a good time, you know. But when I took LSD, it's like, holy fuck, I'm seeing some shit. I'm actually having visual hallucinations, which is what like cartoons tell you all drugs do. In the cartoon, somebody drinks a beer and they're seeing pink elephants like dance around them. If you want to see some pink elephants, you need to take some LSD. You will see some shit. And especially if you take that LSD and then combine that with an amazing setting that's already very visually stimulating, not overly stimulating where you're going to freak out, but like a beautiful sunset is incredible. Like a full moon with like nice clouds around it. Oh my God. I stayed out there for hours looking at that shit. Even artwork or like movies like Fantasia. It's all that stuff. Things with like really nice, like saturated colors, movies and experiences like that. It's like visual candy. You just want to sit there and look at the beautiful things.
How many times have you tried Coke and did you like it? Like
three times total. And I've never... Like again, the setting is important. So like one of the times we're like in a club in New York and there's like a bunch of beautiful women all over us, and like my buddy is a literal like millionaire supermodel, so he's bringing even more beautiful women over and he's paying for everything, and we're at this exclusive place getting this VIP treatment. And it's like the waitress just like palmed us like a little wrapped up wax paper thing of Coke, and we're doing it off our fists, and it's like, this is cool.
that is cool.
I think I know that buddy. Is he an attorney?
Yeah, his name starts with an A. He's got a gruff voice. Yeah, he's a very cool guy.
He's super charming.
Yeah, super charming. Like one of his, I asked him, I was like, so what do you do for fun? Because we were playing paintball for fun. He's like, oh, I like to do, I race GT cars. He's in some sort of rich people auto racing league where they race like Lambos and Ferraris for fun against each other. Like that guy was a badass. I had so much fun with him. So that was great. But then I've also done Coke like off the mirror of a rental house with a bunch of people. And it's like, this is not as cool.
You don't feel quite as tight doing it that way. Yeah.
You don't feel like that. This isn't like Charlie Sheen Coke. This is like white trash Coke all of a sudden, and it's not as cool. And I think it's
the very last time I did cocaine was probably 8-9 years ago, probably 8 years ago now, where I was in that apartment in downtown St. Louis, and I lived over that vodka bar, and it was like 2-3 in the morning, end of the evening. Everyone had filtered out. It was over, but I was still very energized, and my buddy Casey was still very energized. And by buddy, I mean a guy that I only knew because he was selling cocaine to my friends. And he like kept implying that like he needed a place to stay. And it was just me and him in my apartment. And so like, I was like, all right, well, we could watch a movie or something. He's like, I gotta do something more than that. And so then me and Casey did cocaine, and I taught him to play Magic the Gathering. And we played Magic, getting yacked out on cocaine, and it was a terrible time. Like it wasn't fun. He wasn't understanding it. It got to be like 4 a.m. and the sun.
You don't have enough mana for that.
And I'm still really and by the time like 4 a.m. came around, I had been for a long time not doing any more of his cocaine, but he had been doing a tremendous amount of the cocaine, and so he kept wanting to play, and I was like getting hungover at this point, wanting to be like, you're just not getting it. You don't even, it's been 3 hours and you don't understand the phases of the game. Like you're putting cards down randomly. The last time I hung out with him, shout out Casey.
I'm also stressed out when there's Coke being done and people are mixing Adderall with it and their heart rates are getting ridiculous. And because like the big fear is like, one of you is going to fucking OD here. Like I feel like I don't want to be here for that. You know what I mean?
Who does Coke and Adderall?
Yeah, wait, what are they like crushing up Adderall into the blow lines?
Yeah.
Like,
why would you do both?
Because they staying up for days doing stuff, not days maybe, but staying up all night after you hadn't had much sleep. And I don't want to go too much into detail about what was going on, but like just constantly leaving the activity to go to the bathroom to do more coke, because just topping off constantly, and already on the Adderall. And I remember the dude's like iPhone or iWatch or whatever is like alerting him because his heart rate's too high. It's like we're sitting there like doing our activity, chilling, and his heart rate was like, no, he had fallen asleep, and it woke him saying your heart rate's too high. He was asleep, and his heart rate was like 170 or something because he's doing Adderall and fucking cocaine. Yeah.
Who would mesh those together?
Know him.
The only I'm sure I do. The only thing that's guaranteed after I've done coke at any time in my life is I immediately try to smoke a ton of weed, because every time I do it, there's always such a huge gap between times I had done coke, where I'm always like, my friends are so into this, I bet it's good and you haven't got it yet. And then you do it again and you're like, oh no, this brought me back to that very anxious place. Maybe I can smoke my way through to the other side and just get fucked up enough on weed that it depresses the coke influence. But damn, that I'm very impressed. You're 26 and you already have seemingly more drug experience than all of us aggregated.
Definitely. Have you ever so I hear people talk about robotripping, where they're drinking so much Robitussin that they're seeing, what do they call them? The Hatman or some shit?
That's Benadryl. That's Benadryl.
Okay. Have you ever done that? Have you ever taken so much cough medicine that you saw Hatman?
Fuck no. So that only it's a strange phenomenon with that one. That only like specifically only happens with Benadryl, which I think DPH is the chemical that does that in that one. All the other cold meds I've taken, like Delsim, triple C's were the big one when I was younger. I think those are still pretty popular. RoboCough is like a newer one that people do. But Benadryl specifically makes you see spiders and the Hatman and like shadow people, which is like, I have friends who, like, when I was younger, they'd be like, dude, come over, we're gonna smoke a bunch of weed and take some Benadryl and get drunk. And it's like, dude, like, I don't want to get scared. Like, I would never go into a drug and like go into it like, dude, I'm really excited to fucking get scared and start cold sweating. Like, that's so thrilling, you know? So I always avoided Benadryl because like every person I've spoken to that's taken it is like, yo, that was the scariest experience of my life.
Yeah.
That shit was horrible.
I spent time on the diphenhydramine subreddit for a while, and so many of the top posts would be like, why am I addicted to this? It's not even fun. It's torture. It's them like bemoaning the fact that they're addicted to apparently the least fun drug, because it's a dissociative. And so you don't feel like yourself. You have no sense of presence, no sense of reality. You don't know who you are, what you're observing. Yeah, which sounds horrid.
Yeah, I mean, it's like DXM, like all the robotripping and like, you know, taking triple C's or drinking Delsim or whatever is fun because, like, for me, the reason I did it when I was younger is it's a cheaper psychedelic. You know, I couldn't afford shrooms as much as I wanted them. Same with acid, but I can walk to the Walgreens on the corner by my house and load my pockets up with cold meds, and because I'm under 18, they'll just yell at me like I won't even get arrested. You know, so that's what I did all the time. I'm pretty sure I can't go back to that Walgreens, but you know, I don't plan to. You know? But that was the main appeal for me. Once I got older, I stopped doing that shit. I call it a poverty drug. You know, like if you're experiencing poverty, DXM's for you. If not, go buy a real drug. You know.
So do you know about these like 7-hydroxymetagonine?
Oh, do I?
7-0.
Do I know about 7-0?
Oh my God. Explain that to us, please.
Seems terrible for you.
Have any of you guys tried it?
I'm afraid of it. They have it at my vape store.
You shouldn't try it. So
seems sketchy.
I've posted a lot of videos talking about 7-0. I recently, the style of my content has like kind of changed. So just like Call of Duty, like the videos Woody used to make. I would literally do a COD gameplay, and like instead of, you know, talking about my kill streak or whatever, I'd be like, yo guys, so me and my boys cooked crack the other day, and like we were in my kitchen.
That's a better commentary.
And that's what I did. I originally did like normal Call of Duty like tips and tricks videos, and I was getting no views. I ran out of ideas, and I was like, I just started smoking, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna just talk about first time I got stoned. You know, and that's how I started making all the drug related content. But now I kind of do like different harm reduction stuff where I try to warn people about like what to look for when they're doing certain shit, or like all the smoke shop drugs that are out now. And like, I've eaten those smoke shop shroom gummies, dude. The truth about those is those generally aren't that harmful to your health. You know, they have something called 4-ACO DMT in them, which when you eat metabolizes to the same chemical a psilocybin mushroom does. So while it's not an all natural product, you're getting a pretty true to form trip, right? Not 100%, but like a pretty spot on experience, right? Same thing with like these, you know, weed products, these Delta 8 products. Yeah, some of them are sketchy, but like at the end of the day, you're not going to kill yourself on those. You're not going to develop some aggressive lifelong addiction. 7-0 is like, you can literally walk into a smoke shop and buy a 80 milligram oxy is effectively what 7-0 is.
Yeah.
It is an extremely addictive opioid. And it's, I think one of the most disingenuous things about it is these companies market it as like a natural kratom concentrate product. These companies are like, oh, it's just kratom. We're in the kratom industry. And like people that are, you know, vocal about supporting a ban on 7-0 or regulation on it, the vendors on the opposite side of that will then try to muddy the water and be like, well, you'd have to ban kratom entirely because, you know, this is literally a natural kratom product. And 7-0 is a chemical that's found in like very trace amounts in natural leaf kratom. And what they do is like, they're not grinding up 1 million grams of leaf every day to make this shit, dude. They're synthesizing it. You know, they're all synthesizing it.
That's scary.
It's very scary because one of the biggest issues with this is there's like wild inconsistencies in the doses. There's news publications that have gone and gotten these pills tested from all these different brands. And like, they advertise on the box, each pill will have 30 milligrams, right? One's got 60, one's got 15. And like people, you can overdose on this stuff. It takes a lot. It's not quite the same as overdosing on like fent or overdosing on like maybe an oxy or a Percocet. It does take more, you know, dosage wise generally. But when you don't know the exact dose of what you're taking, like it's a lot easier to do that, you know?
Is this at every head shop? 7-0
for sure, dude. All of them, bro. Even some of my like favorite shops I've been going to out here in California that previously were like only selling glass, like really into selling like fine, like collectible bongs and shit that are thousands of dollars, are now selling this shit behind the counter. And what's really crazy about it, dude. So I'm going to show you guys a picture real quick. Can I like link this in chat or something, or how would I do that?
Yeah, throw it in
Just
chat.
drop a link in chat and Zach will show it.
Zach
okay.
will show it.
Let me show you guys some of the fucking brands that like are in this industry.
When I asked the guy at the smoke shop about it, who's like a bro, like he's usually like, yeah, this THCP is this much stronger than THCA, and it'll get you this kind of high. And he's like, I smoke like he loves to get stoned, but when I asked him about that stuff, he's like, yeah, that's a You
look at that packaging, bro. Like, tell me what that's trying to look like. That's not like trying to, you know, a lot of these companies, they advertise these products as like, dude, this is a harm reduction recovery thing for opiate addicts. People who are trying to quit heroin or fent are gonna buy this and it's safer. Bro, they're calling them Roxy's, dude.
Oh my
They're calling them Roxy's.
Wait, what is a Roxy? Oh,
because of
real,
real that's an opiate. It's a real oxy. It's a legitimate. They're naming these. They have this brand I just linked.
Hey,
they're literally called Perks.
On the first one, you're like, hey, tell me what that looks like. And I think I just don't know what I'm talking about. Like,
looks like a Percocet. Like?
Oh, okay.
It very much looks like a Percocet. And there's actually the brand I just linked, they name their product Perks. Like, it literally just says in giant text on the front, Perks, which is one of the most popular opiate drugs you can buy on the market. Same link as the second one. My bad. I put the wrong link. Hold on. Here we go.
Yeah, it's super sketchy. Whenever I've asked like a vape guy about it, they're always like, yeah, I don't do that. I haven't tried that. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking storm that beach. They look sketchy as hell. And dude, I don't want that. Like, I like opiates. Like, whenever I've had codeine or just like opiates for surgery, I like them. So I definitely don't need a vape cartridge.
Zach, can you pull that back up? My issue with it is that it doesn't look sketchy. Like, they look like pills, but the packaging looks like a breath mint to me.
It's a blue raz flavor. Isn't that sketchy, dude?
Like, if this is dangerous, it doesn't look dangerous. It should have a big warning on it. It should tell you it's addictive. It should, like...
It's unregulated, though. So they can do whatever they want. They can make it into, like anything they want. It says 21 and over, but I think that's a suggestion.
Caution extremely potent is a sales point. Like it might as well say caution really good.
Yep.
100%. You know, I've made the series of videos talking about 7-0 in particular. I've basically all the products in the smoke shop I've tried on camera for videos, like some of the sketchiest shit. You can order carts on TikTok shop with no age verification. I bought a bunch of those and smoked them. But this is by far the worst thing I've ever tried. It's horrible, dude.
What's the highlight?
Can you
pronounce what?
I'm sorry, you got hit with two questions at once. You're calling it 7-0. It says 7-hydroxymitragynine. Do you know what that says?
7-hydroxymitragynine, I think, is the way to say that. The 7-hydroxy is like the off spin of the chemical mitragynine, which is a natural, that's what gets you high in leaf kratom. That's what's normally found in there. The 7-hydroxy, I think a good way to compare it, chemically, is a lot of these Delta 8 edibles that you find maybe at a gas station or something. Delta 8 is naturally found in the cannabis plant. It is in trace amounts, but these guys aren't extracting thousands of grams of flower to get it, dude. They're synthesizing it the same way they're doing with the 7-0 stuff. And it creates a very
Oh no.
We may have
Hopefully
lost Goblin.
Very temporary. He was on a roll.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, there we
go.
go.
We got you back.
I don't know what happened. My whole page just refreshed. I don't know what happened.
Well,
there.
it's good now.
But did it cut me off a few seconds in?
Yeah, 6 seconds ago.
Okay. But either way, the issue with products like 7-0 and Delta 8, the sketchy synthesized Delta 8 edibles that are, parading as natural, is they're hiding behind the actual natural products that aren't bad for the market and they're poisoning the whole market. They're making everything look bad, So I have a lot of friends who quit opiates by taking leaf kratom. And while leaf kratom isn't a perfect solution, it is by definition harm reduction. You don't really overdose on leaf kratom without taking extreme amounts of it. I'm talking a lot, an amount that I can't hold in my hands at one time, right? An insane amount of leaf kratom. People are quitting opiates using those products, but these products are going to potentially get leaf kratom banned as well, which then leaves recovering opiate addicts with basically Suboxone and methadone, which are way worse options in my opinion. And it's it's a very screwed up market. But either way, the other part I was talking about with the what was your question again, Kyle?
Oh, fuck.
That refresh fucked us all up, dude.
Yeah, I don't remember the question anymore.
But yeah, this is the worst thing in the smoke shop right now, for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be. I would be
and those
very
mushrooms
scared
work
to get into that stuff.
I'm not going to speak widely for every product on the market, because I think in general, if you're walking to a smoke shop and buying something that you want to get you high, you're playing a losing game. The majority of the time, you're going to get something that is at best kind of sketchy, and at worst, not at all what you thought you're paid for. And with the shroom products, at the worst, you're eating 4-ACO-DMT, which is a research chemical that is currently kind of a gray area thing. It's not illegal. Whether or not it should be is up for debate. But looking at what other things the government has scheduled, it probably should be up there. And it produces pretty much the same thing as a natural shroom chip. It's really not far off. So when I went into trying those smoke shop shroom products, I went in with a pretty negative mindset preemptively. I was like, dude, these are going to be fucked. And I tried a couple that were definitely not even 4-ACO-DMT. They were some other sketchy shit, but the ones that specifically, if you want to find one that is this chemical I'm talking about, it's not the ones that say they're lion's mane and reishi on the back, that combination, those mental clarity shrooms. It's specifically the ones that are trying to look like shrooms. I tried to brand in a video, which I won't name here because, they don't need the free promotion, but I tried to brand in one of my videos, and I tried it right before a flight. I was in North Carolina. I had filmed a podcast, and I was going to this barbecue place. Yeah, I know. Brilliant, right?
Why do it then?
I mean,
it's such a
I was on a
potential
tight
for a
schedule
scary
that
time.
week, dude. The video was
fair enough. You're a consummate professional. No one can.
I have to lock in. Maintain my schedule. I mean, you guys run a pod here. You guys know how it goes. But
it is.
I was originally planning to upload the video a few days prior and just didn't get the chance to get it out. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to bring this bag with me and just record it in North Carolina after I film with this other guy. And, I do the podcast with him. Next day, getting ready for my flight. like, shit, I still haven't taken those gummies yet. I take a couple of them. I'm thinking like, dude, these aren't going to hit me at all, dude. These are some smoke shop ass gummies. That bag I actually bought off Amazon, which makes it even crazier.
Wow.
Because you can just buy them on Amazon. And I took a couple, and I go to this restaurant, this barbecue place for lunch with my, my buddy. And I'm standing in line, and I'm looking out the window, and I just kind of realize after a couple seconds, I'm like, yo, I'm fucking tripping right now. like, and this is a very familiar feeling. Like, this wasn't like, dude, what drug am I on? It felt like I took a small dose of shrooms. And that like stunned me. I was sitting there like, I can't believe that shit is legal. Like, I'm happy it is. I think psilocybin mushrooms should be legal to begin with, but like, God, that shocked me.
That's crazy.
Do you have any experience with DMT? Because that's the one I really want to do. After my experience with LSD, and I know. All right, so first of all, my understanding is there's kind of two different kinds of DMT. There's the one that's kind of similar to or analogous to that like toad venom. That's like a whiteout where you disassociate and you become like, I don't know, like just a point in a void. And I saw a video of a guy doing it. He's rolling around in a creek bed saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I don't want that. That sounds awful. Yep. But there's the other kind of DMT that I've seen people with vape carts for. And we actually had a guy, we do this hangout with fans every month. And there's like 20 guys in a video call with us. And one of them was vaping DMT, and he was going on this wild trip, and I was trying to guide him through his trip, like give him visual, like suggestions, and he was seeing the things I was telling him. I was like, "There's a waterfall of gold rolling over," and he's just like, "I see it," and that seems and I also hear people talking about meeting the machine elves, and I want to meet the machine elves so goddamn bad because I've heard people theorize that when you take DMT, that you are transcending your mind, your soul, whatever there is inside of us that isn't biological and made of matter is transcending to this other dimension, maybe, and you're seeing something else. You're seeing some interdimensional traveling beings, which are the machine elves. And I want to do this experiment where we get someone who has no concept of the machine elves, and we give them the drug, and we see if they see the machine elves, because everyone says they see them, but it's like, well, were you expecting to see them? Because if I did DMT and I saw machine elves, I'd be like, well, that's who I was going to meet. I
wanted a little predictive programming.
But if we put some DMT and some bananas, and then we toss them on the beach on that North Sentinelese Island, and those jokers see machine elves, then I believe there's machine elves at that point.
How are we going to ask them?
Yeah,
well, we'll torture it out of them. We'll have to teach them English after the fact.
What do they speak?
No, like
fucking gobbledygook. No.
Yeah, they have a made up fucking. Oh yeah, they have like a tribal language that even the islanders.
We'll figure it out through the burbles and clicks.
They tried to get like some natives who live on an island somewhere in that region also who are contacted to talk to them. And there was the language gap it didn't work. They didn't understand them, and neither party could understand each other. But my question, what I wanted to get to, was like, have you done DMT? Do you have DMT experience? What are your thoughts on the machine elves?
So I have not done DMT. I have purposefully avoided that one. There's a few reasons for it. I think my reasoning for avoiding DMT changes, and ironically, as much as I've taken acid and shrooms, I mean, I've tripped hundreds of times across both of those drugs. In a way, I'm definitely scared of DMT a little bit. Like that one intimidates me. When I do drugs, I generally like being grounded. Like I like still kind of understanding where I am for the most part. And like when I take acid or when I take shrooms and I take a high dose of those and have one of those trips where I get sucked out of the room, like, I don't enjoy those kind of feelings. I'm the kind of guy who, like, when I would take acid, I would take like 2 or 3 tabs and parachute throughout the night just to keep I'd hit my peak and be like, all right, let's redose right now. And like, then I'll be peaking for 3 hours straight.
Parachute, like you take another little tab.
Yeah. So parachuting is like, instead of taking all 3 of my tabs at once, I'll pop my first one, wait 2-3 hours, then pop my next one, and, do the same thing until all my tabs are gone. And I've stayed up for like days doing that. I've stayed up. I've done that a lot, dude. It's fun. I remember a little off.
But you're afraid of DMT. Like,
yes.
See, I want exactly what you don't want. Like,
yes,
my LSD experience, I took like 5 tabs, maybe. Like, I took one and waited 40 minutes, and I was like, "This is the best feeling ever." I'm seeing things are wiggling
40
a
minutes
little.
was not long enough.
Maybe not, but I was like, "This feels amazing." I'm always afraid of nausea when I take a drug. Like, I hate that. I hate throwing up. I don't want that involved in my drug at all. Mushrooms do that to me. No nausea. I feel great. Things are wiggly. I feel like joyous and giggly and happy and purely positive. Give me more. Give me the rest of them tabs. We know we're good now. And then just started like 4 or 5 of them or something like that until like shit was moving. And I loved that. But I felt very grounded. I felt like I could at any time, like if an adult had shown up, although this is a couple years ago.
You were like,
but if like a real adult, you know what I mean though, like a real adult.
Like, good thing I wasn't there.
Woody would have got you in trouble. He would have scolded you.
Like, I could have a normal conversation that like someone probably wouldn't know I was high unless they looked at my fucking googly eyes. But what I want is to fucking break on through to the other side. All right, I want to open the door. I want to go. I want to open the door and then get sucked through it like a fucking pressure change, like those guys, those saturation divers. They got pulled through that pipe. I want to get sucked in and have no control, and for the experience to just happen to me. I don't want to be like rafting down a river of highness. I want to be falling down a waterfall of it. Like, I want to be consumed by it. So that DMT is I want that. Like
right. So when you're doing those drugs, you're looking for sort of like a Titan submersible event where
yes,
it explodes and you're through the looking glass.
I want to lose concept
that
of
sounds
time.
Stressful to me.
I bet it would be stressful. I'm open to that. I want to go in there and I want to see things that aren't there. And I don't mean so LSD is augmented reality in my experience. It's we're still in this room, but this room is a little different to me.
For sure.
But DMT, I think, might be virtual reality. I think I leave this room and I'm now in the room that the drug has taken me to, in combination with wherever my mind is wandering and whoever my personality and who knows what else. Maybe another fucking dimension. I don't know. I've never done it.
That's spot on.
I want
honestly
that.
Spot on.
I want to go from augmented reality to virtual reality.
I don't buy into that because. Woody, go ahead.
I have been floating down a river made of syrup in the dark. Ketamine will get you there.
You got to go pretty deep in the K-hole. You got to lose your limbs, to really.
Okay, well, like I am interested in ketamine. It's like $1,000, I think, to like get the experience you did, right?
Yeah, I want to say it was 1,200, but it was 6 times.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's
Woody did like one of those legal prescribed.
Oh my
ketamine
God! I've
things.
wanted to do that shit for so long.
Woody liked it.
How was it?
Did.
Wait, I need to hear this story.
I've told it here a couple times, so
you can give me the quick rundown. You don't have to bore people.
Yeah, I was kind of sad at the time, and it was like sold as this like sort of ketamine therapy, and it was perfect for me. I'm not as experienced as you with drugs, so the first time they send you a first class like blindfold blood pressure thing, a nurse sort of makes sure that you're okay to do this before you do it. They teach you how, which I didn't know. Like it's a pill that I would have swallowed. You don't do that. You like slush it around in your mouth for 7 minutes. They give you an audio track to listen to, which I thought was pretty cool. It's binaural music. I might have mispronounced that. Oh, thank you. Yeah. And the first 7 minutes is kind of like a motivational speech almost, that also helps you time when to spit out this pharmacy tasting saliva that you're building up. And if you're like me and you get a little bold, you're like, all right, that was 7 minutes, but we go for extra around here. And then you spit that out. And
I swallowed mine.
That'll make you sick. Oh, by the way, it comes with anti-nausea meds too. So like you take that an hour before the ketamine so that you don't have any nausea. And I took it the first time and it hit me, but I told him, I was like, like it's almost like you have 3 beers and you're like acting super drunk with your friends, but if your parents walk in, you could suppress it. And I was like, that's not what I'm going for. And she's like, I got you. And they more than doubled the dose. And Then I wrote a river of warm syrup, thinking about my place in the universe. And afterwards, I would journal it and sort of work out my thoughts, because I was in there, like, I was working it. I wasn't just trying to have a recreational good time. I was trying to like figure out things that were important to me. And I sort of hit my bullseye with these things. I even now sometimes look at my journal entries, just the simple things I figured out. The things I figured out are the normal me, the me right now, figures something out and then second guesses it, pokes holes in it, etc.
Yep.
That's not the K-hole me. The K-hole me, every idea I have is right on the money. I figured it out. And when you remove all that sort of second guessing and doubt and, I don't know, proofreading, you could even call your thoughts, then you can land on some good ones that do stand up on their own. So it was a really good experience. I've talked to you a couple times about ego death that I had, and a lot of people find this idea that you are an insignificant speck in the universe to be a depressing one. They want to be something important. I found it to be a load off my shoulders. Like, oh man, when you really simplify it, all I got to do is keep these people like warm fed and clothed, and that's it. Like, this is something that I can accomplish. Like, when you boil it down to what really needs to get done, it's not that bad. And it just helped me reprioritize, have a little perspective, and find some joy. So it was a win for me.
When you went into it,
yeah, I've always been very curious about doing that. The guy that gave me my medical card back when I lived in Illinois, he started this like ketamine therapy service, and he email blasted everybody, and I got one. It was like, hey, like, he was a very sketchy doctor, so I don't think it would have been as like legit as what you're describing, but he was like, hey, got a spot in Chicago, ketamine therapy license now, come by, first one's free. That sounded enticing to me, but I never went through with it because I don't know, I'd done so much recreational snort a bump off the table kind of ketamine that the IV stuff, I was like, that sounds expensive.
So this was what other medicines do you take that like dissolve under your tongue?
Sublingual.
Sublingual, yeah.
Like nausea shit.
I don't know.
Yeah. The nausea one was like that, but this was sublingual, and I'm almost powering to make it to 7 minutes, and then little extras just for me. It's not a good taste. Oh, and then like, dude, their coaching was something that I really, really needed because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. They're like, put a tasty drink, have a little like spit cup, so you spit it out. I chased it with cranberry juice or something like that, and then you put on the blindfold, you've got your headphones, the music is playing, and you just trip and think and reflect, which is what I was going for. And then afterwards journaled it. Like, so how long is it? I would say if you're on the saliva for 7 minutes, by the end of that, it's peaking at like 30. And then at like 45, 50 minutes, you're like, okay, not that I should be driving, but I could walk on the steps.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. When you went into the ketamine thing, was it like a general feeling of malaise?
My thing refreshed again, and I can't see Taylor anymore.
Maybe refresh. You'll come right back.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
So Taylor,
was it a general feeling of malaise, or was it like a couple individual things where you're like, I got to sort through this?
Oh, what motivated me to take it?
Yeah.
I think I suffered some winters from the seasonal affect disorder that it's sad and just like a little bit depressed. I don't mean to, not like suicidal depressed, but just like, man, what's the point? What am I doing? Like, everything's work, nothing's fun.
So it was generalist. It wasn't like, this is bothering me, I want to take this to solve this. It was like, I'm in the dumps. I'm in the doldrums. I got to pull myself out.
Accurate. Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. Interesting.
But being in the dumps, being in the doldrums, I feel like it makes me a worse version of me for everyone that like depends on me. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of had like that aspect targeted to like, how can I be better for Jackie? How can I be better for Colin, etc.
Yeah. That makes sense. Goblin, what's the worst drug experience you've ever had?
Oh man, have any of you guys ever had a bad acid trip?
I've never done acid.
Dude.
I'm a little spooked by it.
So what led to it? Was it the setting?
No, I think it definitely wasn't the setting, actually. I think it was a combination of factors. So I've had 2 bad acid trips, but I don't really count one of them as a bad acid trip because I took fake tabs and overdosed on them. So it was a bad trip on a different drug. A lot of fake acid tabs are this chemical called 25I, which is like a very cheap synthetic. And if you got it because the tabs taste bitter. And I took a tab and I tasted it a little bit, but like I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, dude, my homie's probably got grimy ass hands. He handed me the tab. I mean, whatever. Dude, the guy needs to wash his fucking hands. Took the first one, didn't feel anything. Like 40 minutes later, I was like, dude, give me some more. These kind of suck. Ended up tweaking out, calling my mom, making no sense. I'm making such little sense on the phone. She calls 911 on me, which thank God, because I then had a cardiac arrest like an hour later. They're like originally just trying like talking to me like, yo, what's going on? I started having a cardiac arrest, but that was like, I don't count that as a bad trip because I took the wrong drug. Like I didn't hold that against acid. Oh, it was horrible, dude. I mean, I was like,
yeah, but you don't blame the acid for that because it wasn't.
Yeah.
But was it a drug dealer you didn't know?
My buddy, so all my friends used to get shit off the deep web because it was kind of hard to find like a reliable plug for anything outside of like weed. We were a bunch of high school kids. We didn't know enough people to, go get a bag, or anything like that. So we were on like Alpha Bay and like Hansa and all those old websites back in the day, buying shit with Bitcoin and like PGP encrypting our addresses and shit. We were doing all that stupid stuff. And one of my buddies had gotten some tabs from a guy that he never bought them from before off one of those deep websites. And that's probably what caused it. I mean, he just didn't have, good luck, I guess, luck of the draw. It's always a gamble when you're ordering off a complete anonymous stranger online with Bitcoin. There's no recourse for that. But that was whatever. The time that I had an actual bad trip on legit acid was years later. It was actually back in like spring of 2022, if I remember correctly. It was like March of 22, and I was with my girl and we were in Chicago, kind of on like a little, took her on a trip back to Chicago, see my family, that kind of thing. And we're in the hotel. We're staying at the Lowe's in downtown Chicago, which is like a super fucking nice hotel. It was we got a good deal on it. Priceline Gold member, great price, beautiful hotel. And I had brought these tabs with me that I ordered once again off the deep web. And I didn't stop doing this until a few years ago. And I realized like, I should probably stop ordering shit to my fucking house, but I brought these tabs with me, and it was just the common mistake.
Everybody does
like,
it.
These exactly. But it's just I made the common mistake of like, these tabs aren't hitting, dude. Let's take more. We both dosed, and I started off with, I don't remember if it was a full tab or a half tab. I was going really light because I had barely taken acid at this point, like regularly. I had long stopped my regular consumption. The cardiac arrest was actually what made me stop for years. I didn't pick up acid again for like 4 years after that.
Yeah, that's scary.
It's
the cardiac arrest, dude. When you're like 20. How old were you when you went into that?
I was, oh my God, how old was I? Dude, I just dropped out of high school, so I was like freshly 17.
That's insane. You had cardiac arrest because of drugs at 17.
Yeah. And what sucked more about that is because I was a minor and I had gone in for a drug overdose. I had then woken up in the hospital. Mind you, as I'm still tripping on the synthetic, they have me strapped down to the bed and they turned all the lights off and like left the room after they stabilized me. So like I'm sitting there tweaking all night long, strapped to the bed off fake acid. And finally the morning comes around and I'm like, still tripping out, but I'm coherent enough for my parents to like speak to me. And my mom comes in. I'm like, so mom, like, when am I going home? And she's kind of like beating around the bush. She's like, I don't know. I got to talk to your father. And like, there's some people here that want to talk to you and stuff. They got me admitted into the psych ward, which was just a general, like, even if you overdose on drugs, they're putting you in the same room as like the schizo guy, right? When you're a minor. Yeah. I was under 18. So like, I didn't get my own drug ward there. It was like, no, I'm going in the psych section with like all the minors, no separation. I go in there for an evaluation because they have to get like one of those counselors to like determine whether or not I belong in a facility. Because also, mind you, at this point, I'm on felony probation. So like this overdose was in itself a violation. So my parents wanted me to go to rehab, A, as a last shot at getting sober, and B, to keep me out of violating probation and then getting fucked for that. So because of that overdose, I ended up going to a residential facility in Minnesota for 2 months. I spent 2 months in treatment up there. Then I got out and I had to do another 4 weeks of outpatient. And then I had to do a year of probation. My shit got extended all because of that one overdose. Still not as bad as the real acid bad trip, though. 100%. Still not as bad.
That's so much nonsense to go through.
How much acid did you take when you had the bad trip, the real acid bad trip?
In total, I think it was like 2.5 tabs, if I remember correctly. It wasn't much at all, dude. It was, I think, just some really good, like, clean shit. It was from someone I'd never grabbed from before. So it was like, just must have been some fire. I mean, I knew immediately the tabs tasted like nothing, and it was a real acid trip. It felt very familiar to me, but it was just, I think what really hit is like, it came on too strong. My girl, way less experienced than me, so she starts freaking the fuck out. Like, she's like, yo, like, she literally walked up to me and she's like, am I okay? And I'm like, that's the worst thing you could have fucking said to me, like, as I just started tripping a little bit. So I walk in the bathroom and I'm like, dude, am I okay, dude? Like, what the fuck is going on? And immediately it just hits me like a truck, dude. Everything starts moving. I looked in the mirror, which like you should never do when you're tripping, and I got stuck there for a while.
See, I do all that. I dare things to go.
You
bad.
shouldn't look in the mirror when you're tripping. Is that a thing?
No, you'll get lost in it, dude. You'll start staring at yourself for too long, start tweaking. I don't know. It's just, I think that's more of like a folklore kind of thing. Like, I don't think that necessarily applies to everybody, but for me, that day it happened, you know, and I'd done it a million times before and had no problem while I was tripping, but this day was different, dude. You know, I still to this day don't really know why, but after I came back out of the bathroom, dude, my girl's like freaking out, super paranoid. I remember I wanted to go out to the balcony to get some fresh air. We're super high up, we're on like the 20-something floor. Oh, no. And she like grabs me. She's like, no, don't jump. I'm like, what do you mean? Yo, I'm just trying to go get some fresh air. She's like freaking out, like having a full on like panic attack. She's like, no, like, let's just sit down. She's like hyperventilating and shit. I'm starting to freak out now because she's freaking out with me. I'm like, dude, I've never had to deal with this before. Like, every time I've taken acid with my friends, like, normally they handle it like it's fine. I've never dealt with this before. So I, you know, instead of being able to handle it, I kind of start freaking out a little bit too. And I'm like, oh shit, dude. I wasn't about to do a flip off the balcony, was I? Like, what do you mean? Like,
because of your acid trip. This is
yeah. I mean, hey,
it was a bad setting.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it like that, but yeah, bad setting, bad company, maybe that day.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. But when we were doing acid, everybody was having such a fantastic time, and then to call him a lightweight is just being honest, because he's a little man. Like he probably like
dirty.
Yeah. Like most of us are like, I don't know, 180 to 220 or something like that. And he's probably like
appreciate that
150 or something like that. I don't mean us here. I mean like in that group that was doing drugs. And he's like 150 pounds doing roughly the same dose as us. And we're watching Fantasia. And I'm still a little mad at him because he's on the ground like throwing a fit. And it's just like, dude, shut up and watch the fucking movie and look at the colors. Stop being a little bitch boy. And he's laying on the floor, like not actually freaking out, but kind of freaking out. Like he's making a lot. He's complaining a lot that I think it was the part where like the mop buckets are like dumping over and over, or like the ocean keeps filling them up or something like that.
Yep.
And the music's building and there's a little bit of anxiety to it. We're all grown-ass men sitting in a room doing drugs.
Yeah, I don't think.
And one of the grown-ass men is like, "Turn it off, the colors," and it's like, dude, why are you ruining this for everyone else? I'm still a little bit mad about that. But to be fair, he is just a smaller person. Maybe he was feeling and seeing stuff that I just wasn't.
He's a little fella. Like he's like
really
5'4".
expressive too. Like I feel like it might be a multiplier on your personality. I made that up. But...
maybe. But then we took way more than him too. Like me and the other guy. I don't like to use names. Me and the other guy took like 5 tabs or something like that. Like we were breaking on through a little bit, and he'd only taken like 2 or 3 or something.
There is another drug phenomenon where, hate to say it, but the people I've spoken to in my life who have the worst, dumbest ideas about everything are really, really into psychedelics. Like they have like fantastical, silly ideas about everything. Like, why is money even a thing, man? And it's like that there's no consideration of first, second, third order effects, nothing whatsoever. These people are retarded. And that there is a thing there where people who do too many hallucinogens
start philosophizing,
become retarded.
I told you about 100%. My
100%.
friend who did ayahuasca. He was ready to make some life changes. He was going to sell his dirt bike because the squirrels were being disturbed by his activities. And we're like, why don't you just wait 2 weeks?
give it a pregnant pause here, champ.
Yeah. And it's like, if the squirrels don't like the noise, they're free to go anywhere. There's only a couple trails in this vast like forest of hills. Yeah. And he did wait 2 weeks and decided to keep it.
Smart. Yeah, he came back down and realized
it's the wildest freaking idea that I've ever heard. Like, yeah, I'm being inconsiderate to squirrels.
I've talked to at least 2 people on high doses of mushrooms on 2 different occasions where they're both like bemoaning the existence of money, but there's no inquisition about the concept of value. It's just them basically being like, dude, everybody should have whatever they need, dude. We have enough. And it's like just vague references to nonsense. And that is something I really do believe.
Off acid, dude.
You become a complete moron off acid so rapidly. It's crazy.
I mean, I think, specifically with psychedelics, it's like the ultimate disconnect from reality. So like people who just sit there and fry their brains on it every day. Yeah, I have a ton of friends who did that. I have a couple buddies who like the way we all used to sit around 5 days a week taking tabs or taking shrooms or whatever we could get, some guys never stop that. And those are the most retarded people I know now, like it's 100% a real thing. Yeah. I just think it's because of the disconnect from reality, like we can't all live in a commune and, dance. Like I gotta pay my taxes, bro. Like,
bills must be paid. Like things must be taken into account. We have to count things. We have to analyze things. But a lot of these shrooms, LSD guys just don't get that, or it poisons them too far in one direction.
I don't think I'd say like a lot of those guys, but I think that drug specifically produces the most of that kind of person. Like I'd say overall, like psychedelic users, anyone who takes that shit every day is going to melt their fucking brains, dude. Like that's for over years. If you're someone who's tripping every day, dude, like even the high functioning guys I know that, eat acid 5-6 days a week to this day, they're just almost perma tripping. Like they're not
6 days a week.
Dude, I mean, especially here in California, shrooms are a very, like, specifically shrooms, less so acid. Shrooms are a very, like, dude, you go to the parties out here and you'll meet these hippie ass dudes who are, they're like, they haven't stopped tripping. Like, they're like, yeah, I microdose every day. What's your microdose? 2.5 grams. Like, all right, dude, you're just tripping. Like, that's not a microdose.
They're just tripping all day, every day.
Yeah.
For 35 years.
And I mean, these guys are like living their lives, dude. They're driving cars and shit, going to parties, like getting around the city. Like, some of these aren't people that are just sitting there in the living room melting their brains all day. They're out doing stuff. But like, yeah, I think psychedelics generally do produce the most of that kind of person. All the coke heads I know, like, those motherfuckers go to work, dude. Coke's not cheap. Like, you gotta get your shit done, dude.
Yeah, dude, the worst you have to deal with being around coke heads when you're not doing any cocaine is just enduring the business ideas and the fact that they say things all the time like, man, they'll like grab you on your shoulder and some other guy and they'll be like, man, what are the chances that the coolest, best people in the world are here right now at this party? And like they're saying complete hokum, complete nonsense, but they're so overly invested.
I hate that.
Quite literally,
I can't be around drunk people.
I'm on my 3rd year of paying LLC fees that are based on the yearly registration fees that are based on an idea that me and my friends had while we were hammered and coked up in Vegas like 3-4 years ago. We're still paying the fees because we're like, one day we're going to do it, guys. Like, we're going to make it happen. And we're not. We're never going to make it happen.
Yeah, one day we're going to put pen to paper on this.
Before the year ends, we'll night and get drunk again and probably reignite the passion. Be like, boys, I swear we're calling the Chinese factory. Like, this is it. But
what is a sign for you as someone who's an expert in this of a person being way too into a drug, whether it's weed or hallucinogens? Like, what do you look for? Because you're all about harm reduction.
I mean, I think like it's really when it starts to impact their daily life. Like if someone isn't like doing, like, you know, you got a homie who like he's holding a good job, let's say, or, you know, making some good money. They have a consistent schedule where like they're committed to doing something. Maybe they go to the gym a lot, or like they're just committed to something. If they stop doing that to get high, if they stop doing that in general, it's probably fair to assume it might be because they're starting to get high more on whatever they may be doing. And for me, that happened with me all the time. You know, I mean, that's something that like I experienced. So it's really like, in my opinion, I think drug use, like, dude, drugs are fun. People don't do drugs because they suck. That shit is great. Fun. You know, drugs are a great time. And if you're able to get as high as you could possibly be and still get all your duties done in life, like no matter how often you do it, good for you, man. You know, I personally don't even think that's a problem. If there's some guy who's doing blow every single night when he gets home from work and just raging till 3 a.m. and waking up the next day and doing it again, as long as that guy's getting his shit done and like his family's fed and everything, dude, more power to you. You know, like that's awesome. But when that guy stops going to work and you know, cleaning up every day and paying the bills and taking care of what he needs to, like that's when it's like, yo, this is a real problem.
Sure. Okay. That checks out.
I mean, I think like, you know, I have a ton of friends who are, you know, what I would call functional drug addicts, in the sense that like, dude, these guys rage every single day, you know, maybe not 7 days a week staying up till 4 a.m., but I mean, it's a lifestyle. Like these guys
most
are
people are addicted to something. Whether it's caffeine or nicotine or just, I bet there's something that you do in your daily life. I mean, yeah, like
the internet, video games.
Yeah, screens. Like you might. There's plenty of people like, I'm not addicted to anything. Put your phone away. Turn your phone off.
Everyone is
hours.
addicted to something. Yeah.
Like if I turned my phone off for 3 hours, I'd be like, God, I wonder what's going on over there.
What's going on? What's happening on Twitter right now? What are all the newest posts from around the world saying? Well, I mean, it's going to be slop. It's going to be trash. It's going to be nonsense when you do open it up.
Like I might have missed something.
It's going to be which just got uncovered, where Elon was like, we're going to let everybody see where you're posting from. And I saw an account. First of all, the hardest hit community by that is the manosphere. The red pill, this
Giga
is
Chad.
how you act around women, Giga Chad, art of, you know, manhood style shit, because every single one of those accounts is Indian. Yeah, every single one.
A lot of the like America First accounts too, dude. It's been a blast to watch.
So many people are getting exposed, and I've been enjoying that. But I saw one account, and it was like the you know, peak manhood or something, and it was a picture of some like white guy with like a Nazi haircut looking jacked in the profile picture. And then he posted right after this reveal came, he had a list where he's like, these are the most attractive men from every country ranked. And number 1 was India, and number 2 was the United States. And then it was a ton of European white countries, but India was on the top. And so everyone immediately was like, you're clearly like posting this from New Delhi, dude. He's like, you can't know this. I love America. And, and then you just go to his account, you see it. Dude, the manosphere, devastated. Love to see that. Also, 1 billion accounts whose entire MO is like, America stands with Israel no matter what. We fight. It's all India. Because they hate Pakistan so much that they will ally with anyone who dislikes Muslims.
Yeah, sure.
And so you see all that nonsense. It's very, very funny.
I think they're being paid.
Elon did that.
I think a big part of it is
they're being paid by Twitter. That's why this huge farm. They don't even need a firm somewhere or some NGO to pay them. It's some guy in India getting paid on posts. Even if he makes $1,800 a month. Where does that put him in India? Fucking a king, basically. No, really. Think it like that's why they do.
1,800 is a lot for Twitter revenue, dude. That's killing it on Twitter.
Some of these guys get hundreds of millions of impressions from this red pill horse shit.
Oh, they're making millions of rupees, dude.
No, that was weird because there was a couple of U.S. government official Twitter accounts that were ran out of Tel Aviv, and like then like,
is that real though? Like,
shut it down.
And then not only was it real after the fact, like maybe it was the Homeland Security Twitter or something like that. Right. They started like mocking the very. We've always been based in the U.S. Ignore your lying eyes are deceiving you. And it's like, dude, I'm looking at it. It says it right here that you're in Tel Aviv right now. I don't know what to think anymore. I think we may be I think we may live in a puppet government or something like that. And Bibi Netanyahu's the one with the hand up the sock's ass.
Seems likely. Yeah. But that has been fun. I've enjoyed seeing that.
You're
collapse.
Right. It definitely hit like the right manosphere, red pilled, like the Murica people really got hit hard.
The Israel fetishists got obliterated from this.
It's accounts that have like a bald eagle holding dual wielding machine guns while like American flags are flying in the background, and it's like Nigeria. There's like tons and tons of that. But I bet if you like really look into it, like there's a lot of just like fomenting nonsense and sort of splitting Americans apart and pitting them against one another by foreign adversaries. There's tons of that as well.
I sent you the link of that Kenyan guy, that screenshot. His Twitter account was proud Democrat and professional MAGA hunter. And he's from Kenya, and all of his posts before this got revealed were like, here in New Jersey, we are not happy with Donald Trump. And so it was just complete made up horse shit that he was stacking, because I bet that payout is pretty significant in Nigeria. Like he's hunting that $800 payout or whatever.
If I was a young Nigerian man, I'd be running like 20 of those accounts, dude. Imagine if you could just make killer money just like causing discourse in a foreign country and like there's no repercussions. Like, dude, I'm in.
And they love scams. Like Nigerians already, they've evolved to love scams. Like you give them a chance to scam someone, they're going to do it. And so they're just out there posting, being like, if you do not vote for Kamala, you are an evil person. And then this guy gets caught. Or also the Indian side will be, the
right guys,
that's huge.
Flag guys.
Oh, I wasn't trying to say it was just because there are a ton where it's like, hey, I am number one. I am number one patriot in America, and Israel and America will stand strong forever. And then it's like an AI picture of a dragon with like Israel's flag on it, holding hands with like an AI picture of an eagle with America's flag on it. And then a bunch of other bots are like, so based. That's literally all that it is. We're being manipulated from all sides. We need a feature. I texted you this the other day, Kyle. We need a feature on social media, regardless of platform, that lets me block every single account from Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh more than anything. Because it's totally fake. It's nonsense. Like, I think those people out of here.
Well, I think it's all fake. I think the dead internet theory is mostly right. I don't think there's a lot of active people out there just in the mainstream internet. Especially, I haven't been on Twitter for any reason at all in years and years and years. Like I'll pop in there every now and then if I need to DM somebody for the show or if I'm checking something. But like, I get most of my Reddit is my my touching point for the entire internet. It's where I go. Like I don't go to any of those other places. I'm sure I can see the bias and the influence and the weird stuff that's going on at Reddit. I mean, every now and then there'll be a post that's like, these 8 users are responsible for 60% of the entire posts on Reddit.
And one of them is Ghislaine Maxwell.
yeah. There's lots of weird shit that goes on there. And then you got, every social media company's like this, like as weird as Zuckerberg is and Musk is. Like, look at that Twitch CEO. Like that guy is fucking bizarre. It's and that people do it out in the open now. Now it's fine to be like a James Bond villain in public. Like nobody's ashamed and hiding it anymore. It's just right in your face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's. You guys don't think there's one Indian guy who's firing off bangers at least though? Like,
every once
want to block
in a
a wall? Like,
I mean, there's 1.5 billion of them. So there's some guy.
so there's
firing
gotta
out
be
bangers.
one. There's gotta be one who's just posting heat. Like,
but what they'll often post is stuff where it's like, get a look at this Western whore. No wonder men don't want to settle down. And it's just like a picture of a normal white lady, and everyone's like, you're from India, and he's like, you cannot prove. it's just that again. So yeah, it's the Indian problem is so pronounced on every social media platform. It's got to be addressed. Think about it. The internet was a thing, and then they opened it up to 1.5 billion people who love to scam, and now we're wondering what's up. It's like, no, we got to shut that down. Let me do an IP ban. I want every single person from South Asia banned.
damn, that's a whole region.
Most of the people.
Well, not to blow China, but they kind of figured out that not everyone is entitled to be a part of their public square. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do a little bit of that.
I love the
ban it.
Maybe it's that the majority of Chinese speakers are in China, whereas English is more open to the whole planet because people speak it everywhere.
True. She's a translator these days. Like the whole profession. You want to talk about AI taking jobs? Tell me we need translators anymore. Tell me we need a guy in the room sitting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump anymore when there's like machines that can do it so much better. Like, wouldn't you want like 3 like language model like translators running concurrently so that you get like a perfect translation? Like, I would never be able to trust, especially something high level. Like if I'm asking where the fucking cinema is, I could probably do that myself, first of all. But second of all, I trust like you to intercede. But if I'm talking about how many nukes we're going to move and how close they can be to the Turkish border and like trying to gauge like something like that, like I don't know if I trust your translator or my translator like 100% to give me like what's going on. Like I feel like I don't think there's going to be translators in another 20 years. Like nobody's going to make that their profession. There's going to be plenty of people who are bilingual, trilingual, polyglots or whatever who can do translation. But I don't think it's going to be a career that you like. Yeah, that's what I do.
It won't be.
The last ones will be sign language translators. That's harder, right?
No,
for sure. I think.
What does that mean?
Yes, I think it means yes.
Yes, that's no.
Look at you.
I don't know any sign language. I don't know.
I took it in high school.
At all.
Yeah.
It's a barrel of culture.
I know how to say like a few. I got a few phrases. You know, some of it I know how to say I love you. You know, like the important stuff.
What is it? Is it?
It's this is I. But it's love is just like crossing your arms like this, and you can guess what you is. You know.
That's it.
Simple.
That's all.
Yeah,
that's
you.
They point to someone.
Yeah. Why would you need anything other than this for you? You know.
But shouldn't I be this? I love you.
It's like you put the I on your chest. I think.
Okay.
So I think maybe that's J, but I think this is I. It's been forever. Let's see. Yeah, it's been forever. So I don't know.
You started throwing.
Why are you moving your hand like you're remembering it? Like you're.
I'm going through the fucking alphabet.
You're pretending you're Professor X over there, scrolling through the potential possibilities. Oh, I don't think this is the right. Retarded, dude.
I just visited 20 million possible.
That was Doctor Strange, by the way, not Professor X.
Whatever I was referencing.
Yeah,
because that's like almost all I remember is like the alphabet and like the basic shit. I think like boy and girl, like this is maybe this is boy. Like I think, but it's been forever. I took that in high school because I did not want to take Spanish, and like the girl I was interested in was also taking sign language, and it was such a good move because you just went out. It was in a double wide trailer outside the school, like so many extracurriculars were.
Those are the best.
I always liked the double wides. They had their own AC system, which was way more powerful than a double wide needed. So it was the cool, and it's fucking Georgia. It's hot ass summers. It was always really nice when you stepped in there, like a refrigerator. And then she was so like hippy dippy. You guys have, you're going through this wacky time in your lives, and so much is happening. Who am I to bring that down? She would just like hang out with us for an hour and a half every day, and we do a little sign language in between. I don't like the tests weren't even. She'd just like she'd stand up there and like, everybody fucking do this sign, and we'd do it. It was like, hey, like
she's dope. I like her.
We were like a chorus of signers, like signing, and she'd observe and be like, yeah, actually like this, or that. No, it's that, or whatever. And I don't remember written tests. Everybody just got an A. It was such an easy class. We didn't learn sign language though.
Did you like a girl? Did that work out?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Of course. I always got the girl.
He's always
eventually,
like girls.
I'm persistent. You gotta wear him down sometimes. But eventually, yeah.
That's an aggressive method. Does that works out?
I mean, yeah, it works. Yeah, I don't think it's ever failed. Like once, like I'm not talking about like a stranger that you meet. Like I'm just talking about like somebody that you think there's already a little something there that you're like trying to make happen. Like that always works out.
But Kyle's also very imposing. He likes to loom over.
I'm threatening. Yeah.
Okay.
I also.
So you might have just terrified her into submission or something.
Oh, she was scared.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
You want them a little scared.
Yeah. You want them to tremble a little in your presence.
They have to respect you.
Yeah.
I'd rather be feared than respected.
I think, fear might create the respect.
Yeah.
Man. I've been following. I know nothing about cryptocurrency. Let me put that out there. Nothing about cryptocurrency. Nothing about this company, MicroStrategy, that this guy Michael Saylor runs.
Oh yeah.
But apparently there's you've read about it. So there's apparently a company where this guy who Michael Saylor was, cracked in the head after the .com bubble for engaging in some fraudulent misreporting of financial information. And then he went from a billionaire to a much poorer person. And now he's back in the mix, and he has a company called MicroStrategy. And it seems like what his company is a software company that makes very little money. But other than that, he takes investments and then he uses those investments to buy Bitcoin. And it's exploded in popularity. And so people are basically transitively, from what I can tell, purchasing Bitcoin via their shares of his company. And now that Bitcoin is going down, a lot of people are like, how is this firm going to survive? Because the SEC just said you can't qualify as a company anymore because over half of your holdings are just in Bitcoin. So you're not a you're not a company that produces things. You're a holding company. You're a firm that holds resources and value in Bitcoin. And more people are buying this. And a lot of people are saying this is clearly a scam. The guy runs scams and he's doing this again. He's going to sell all the Bitcoin and run off to fucking Antarctica or whatever. Is this what you're hearing too, Goblin? Because I don't have the requisite knowledge, but it sounds like this guy's a very obvious scam artist.
Well, I mean, the problem with so Michael Saylor is like this Bitcoin crackhead pretty much who like has just suddenly decided, like, what if we throw every penny we have at top blasting Bitcoin? So like this guy is not buying at like 80,000 and it's going up. This guy was buying at like 120K. Bitcoin's like down significantly.
It's like 80 or something now.
Yeah. You bought some the other day. It was like 84. Like it's down right now. So he has thrown a disgusting amount of money at just buying Bitcoin every other day and stupid amounts of it at like the worst possible prices. And now that it's down, I read something on Twitter the other day about how I guess JP Morgan, who's one of their biggest investors, dumped like $100-something million worth of their shares because they're worried about them going insolvent. And like, I mean, when you throw I don't know how much Bitcoin the guy has, but like
629,000. He has 3% of all Bitcoin. He has 3% of all Bitcoin.
He'll probably be okay then.
Wait, how many coins does he have?
There's 21 million total, and his firm has 600,000.
That's kind of terrifying, though, when you think of like the implications of that for Bitcoin, because I feel like Bitcoin's entire premise originally was this like decentralized like currency that, you know, was really a new financial technology. Where like just the other day I was trying to send money to my mom and my bank denied the Zelle transfer, but like I can send crypto for free and no one can tell me no. You know, they're close to free nowadays.
I think the U.S. and China has like 200,000 coins each, and El Salvador is in maybe not third place, but like close, because
they went all in on it. Yeah,
they went all in 2021, and I think it was at like 42K then. So they bought like an enormous amount of Bitcoin at 42K, and it has, I mean, it has buoyed their entire economy because they bought so much of it.
But when
that guy bought at the right time.
Like, well, when are they going to?
They're probably able to borrow
get it.
But
like,
they
at some point with Bitcoin, you need some. The dream of Bitcoin is that you hold it until the peak and then you sell it to someone else for real money.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's kind of baked in, right?
Yeah,
I don't know how. Maybe for the individual guy who's buying,
but I don't know anything. Like these people who like believe in it as a currency, they probably have more requisite knowledge.
Well, yeah, when it's a national, when they're like building their national economy around it, I don't know. I don't know if they're able to borrow other monies against maybe their enormous stash of Bitcoin. I don't know how that works. I bought like half a coin when it was like
12. I remember it was 2016. It was like 16. You bought.
Yeah, it was like 10 or 12. I think I paid like 6,200 or something like that, 6,500 maybe, and got half. And then I bought another half when it was at like 50,000. I bought another half so I'd have a whole one. And I was telling you the other day, I was like, you know, if this thing drops below 90, I'm going to buy some more. And you're like, it's at 84. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So I've been watching it all week, like planning to like. I mean, if it stays in the low 80s, I'm going to buy a little bit more, you know, not some.
You just don't want to be the bag holder because that's what it seems like this is going to be. Right?
I don't think that's true. I think when the United States government has like $100 billion of it or whatever, and so does the Chinese government. And I see all of these rich and powerful people who are involved with it at these massive levels. Like, Trump is pro crypto.
Always manages their money wisely, Taylor.
The French, the Brits, and the Belgians all purchased tulips at the height of that craze. The governments themselves purchased.
Okay, well, that was like a 2 or 3 year tulip craze in the Netherlands or whatever. I don't recall, but in any case, I don't know if I'd compare the tulips to Bitcoin because it does.
But there's no intrinsic value to the Bitcoin. Like I texted you this the other day when we were talking. If I owned every Bitcoin immediately right now, I control all of them. Imagine that.
Same's true for diamonds.
I have nothing of value. There's no military backing this. There's no nothing to like. If I owned all the Bitcoin and I tried to sell you a Bitcoin, you'd be like, get fucked. Why would I buy this nonsense?
I mean, I think what's concerning about like all these governments buying all the Bitcoin and shit, and people like Michael Saylor, is it kind of goes against the entire like ethos of what Bitcoin was originally about. Where like originally it's about like, hey, why is the government monitoring all our transactions? Why can the bank deny a transfer of money? I should be able to send $1 million anonymously to whoever I want because it's my currency, you know? And I think that's what Bitcoin initially was about. And I feel like one of the big reasons that like governments are buying it isn't even because they're treating it as an investment tool, but because they need to own a chunk of it as fast as possible before it's unattainable, and they have some monetary system that's taken over the world that they can't control.
Yeah, it could be a just in case measure for them. Like, well, let's stock up just in case this turns into a real thing. But I don't know. I don't know enough about Bitcoin. And I know there's a ton of Bitcoin people listening who are mad at me for this, but I just don't get it. Like, what is the value? Like when it's removed from this speculation market. Like, it just seems like, because I've heard people say, my friends who are really into Bitcoin, they'll be like, it's a store of value. And it's like, really? Because it dropped 30% in a month. That's not what stores of value do.
It's a very volatile store of value. I mean, I think if you look long term, at the end of the day, like Bitcoin is the kind of thing you have to buy and forget about for at least like 5 years to make any money. And if you're not able to do that, then don't buy it. You know, if you're looking to like quickly making some money, go gamble, go buy some other shit. But like, if you're able to buy it, put it on a hardware wallet, put it on like a Ledger or a Trezor or something like that, and just throw it in a drawer and forget about it, and then come back in 5 years and check it again, you'll be fine. Michael Saylor, unfortunately, can't do that because he's bought 3% of the global supply of it. So he needs it to stay up for a while, especially because there's a stock tied to it. But, for someone like one of us going to buy it, I think it's a pretty smart thing to have, especially if you're investing in stuff in other markets.
I bet it is. I don't know enough.
It's smart because it's gone up in the past.
I mean, I think more so like it's a very different asset than other things. Like if you're someone who like you buy something, like let's say you buy a stock. If you buy a stock and it goes down 15-20% on a bad like announcement or some bad news about the company or something, and you're like, shit, I need to get rid of this stock right now, then like you could do that and get, you'd lose 15-20%. That's a very unusual event in the stock market. In crypto, that's not unusual. But what is usual is like long-term gains, generally with stuff like Bitcoin. Not obviously a lot of cryptocurrencies are trash, but Bitcoin is something that it's you look at the long, the 5-year, 10-year chart, like, dude, it goes up just consistently. It's very volatile. It'll go up very suddenly and then it'll go down. But if you look at the average of like where it's going, like it's a pretty safe place to park your money historically.
I just got tired of constantly looking and the price was higher. And it's like,
there will be a time
it's like that did circle
disaster.
around to it's smart because it's gone up in the past with just a lot more words.
I mean, maybe. The real value, though, like I was mentioning earlier, is the ability to move money around without oversight. That's really the thing. I think what I feel like personally is like, dude, let's say I have $5,000 in my bank account, literally just a few days ago, I tried to Zelle my mom $3,500. I was going to send her some money. My bank held it for security purposes and then denied the transfer. I tried again. They deny the transfer again. It's now been 48 hours of me trying to send this money. I had to send her a direct wire instead. That went through. Bitcoin, she could have had the money in 5 minutes and then converted it to USD if she wanted to. Done deal.
But there was an option with direct wire for you to do that already.
Sure, that takes a day and there's fees attached to that. Whereas Bitcoin, it can cost cents to send a transaction, and I could send $100 million in one go if I want to. If I try to send someone $1 million on my bank account, I'm going to have to talk to someone for a very long time on the phone.
Fair enough.
Like, that's not, someone has to approve that, even though it's my money, right? Which I personally think, why should anyone have to approve me putting my money anywhere?
I don't know.
I get
you worry about terror
concept of
funding. You got
sure.
But it seems like the whole idea
getting money either way, dude. I mean, they're getting it in.
The whole idea of it being decentralized and whatnot is almost reliant on big banks and governments not buying in. And now that many of them have,
that's a problem.
Regulation is on the horizon for it, and it'll kind of be self-defeating in a way where it's like, this is like a free currency you can send, but not really, because you live in Belgium, which means you have to register this in this way or whatnot. So I don't know. We nailed it on the NFT thing so hard where we're like, this is gay and retarded and obviously
I'm glad you brought up NFTs.
That now I see crypto and I'm like, well, what's the end game here? Like what is the potential end game? And the end game for most people who are holders is to eventually find someone to buy it off you and then transmute that into USD that you can spend on things.
Yep.
Well, I mean, there's like debit cards that spin right out of your Bitcoin wallet, though, and you're just buying with Bitcoin essentially, as far as you're concerned.
Who's doing that though? Like the Bitcoin people aren't spending Bitcoin. They're hold on for dear life people.
No, I have a few
you.
friends who use the debit cards. They have cash back, dude. They're pretty good. Like you can get one of those Bitcoin debit cards and like transfer a certain amount into the account it's connected to, and like get 2%, 4% cash back on pretty much every transaction, which is pretty nuts.
Interesting. I didn't know that was even a possibility.
So Woody,
It's
I'm
not
a little bit
popular, but
I'm not fully like educated on this, but it seems like Khabib did some kind of a NFT pump and dump. Like I guess he was selling like, what are these? Popkas coins?
I know where you're headed
something?
with this. You're going to call Khabib a scammer. These were legit pictures of a hat, Kyle.
Yeah, he was selling legit pictures of a hat. It's that stupid like Kazakh herding shepherd hat that they always wear. And then and Connor has this banger tweet. I wish I gotta find it. It's something like, you used your father and your Dagestani culture to like pump and dump, rug pull your own people, pocketing $4 million. There is no excuse for this. You are a bad man. It's something like that. And I'm on Reddit, like reading through the like UFC and the MMA subreddits, and they're like, I mean, you're not wrong, but
is this Khabib response real or not? I don't know if I'm falling for it. But
what you got?
Khabib tweeted, "You absolute liar. You will always try to darken my name after you got destroyed that night, but you will never achieve that. Yes, good guys don't do that. They don't create exclusive digital gifts with real-time value that you can share with your friends and family. Gifts in the shape of a papaka hat that symbolizes the tradition and culture of Dagestan people. Traditions and culture that are slowly walking over this world, whether you like it or not. Gifts that you can find exclusively on Telegram, the greatest messaging platform on the world." If he said that,
he didn't say
that's
that.
hilarious.
There's no way he said that.
I swear that's a real tweet.
Oh my God.
Look at this.
Well, he didn't write it though. That's
Yeah.
wild.
Dude, look at that. Came from his real account at least.
You absolutely. It looks like Khabib is in the wrong here, and he did one of these fucking rug pull fucking NFT bullshit scams. And by the way, this is a guy who doesn't need the money, like not even close to needing the money. Not only is he
tell.
I mean, that's his Twitter. That's like this is straight to Twitter, right?
Let me expand on that.
Khabib. That's Khabib.
Okay, I can't tell if he needs the money. Like sometimes it seems like he's beyond rich. He's like Saudi funded or whatever. All that money in the Middle East is somehow
Russia.
As much as he needs. Knock yourself out.
Sure.
Other times, it seems like the Russians are after him for tax evasion, seizing his gym, and this and that and the other thing.
Like,
and I'm like, is
terrorism.
this guy rich or broke or somehow both at the same time?
I think that the Russians seized his funds for a little while, or like some portion of them, because there was a, terrorist attacks are like school shootings. After a while they all blend together. But there was some kind of a terror attack over there, and it turned out that one of the guys had trained at Khabib's gym and was like plugged into that little network in one way or another. And I think there was something about that. I remember we had an article about Russia freezing his funds, seizing his funds, something like that, to the tune of like tens of millions of dollars. But I think he's beyond wealthy. I think he's 100 millionaire between all of the like the Middle Eastern money that just gets rained upon him, and also I think he's just a very successful person. I know he does a lot of like ad work, like sponsorship stuff. Like he's in commercials over there,
Yeah. Someone on Reddit, the world's most reliable source, was like, he's pretty obviously being extorted to do shit he doesn't want to. And I'm like, maybe? Or maybe maybe everyone's moral until they break and can't turn down the easy money anymore. Like, imagine if he made freaking $8 million selling pictures of hats.
Yeah, they said it was either 2 or 4 million, somewhere in that range.
Okay, well, $3 million for what? Someone that works for him to make a tweet?
Yeah, but you're
hard
ripping
to turn down.
It's exactly what Connor said it was. It's him ripping off his most devoted and loving fans while using his dead father's name and Dagestani culture to do so.
Yeah,
Connor's never done anything that despicable. All of Connor's companies
wait
are
a
on,
minute. He's
not
a
business wise,
rapist.
not business wise.
Well, now we're putting qualifiers on it. He's literally
we're talking about
convicted rapist.
I mean, I don't know what Khabib does to his wife.
When I think about selling pictures of a hat and a convicted rapist, I'll go to the hat salesman.
I'm talking about business, and we don't know much about Khabib's personal
You were
life.
qualified. You said Connor's never done anything that despicable. How many women has he raped? I know he's been
legally speaking, I think
once.
you're only allowed to mention the one because he was found legally liable for that one. Like they found him guilty or whatever. But business wise, he's never ripped us off or like had a scammy thing. Or I think he had a coin once that like didn't do what he said, and he paid everybody their money back like 100%. He was like, "Oh, I don't know about."
Is that true?
Yeah, he paid everybody their money back. Khabib, on the other hand, has rug pulled his pop cut NFTs and from these poor Kazakh people. Connor just sold liquor, and it was real liquor. He sells beer; it's real beer. Like I've never seen him do a scammy thing. He is, of course, a terrible human being, and I think he raped that woman. I'm pretty sure the court said he did. Yeah, and also just not a nice guy, like you could tell.
He just scams women out of sex. You know,
yeah, you could. That's one way to put it.
He's a sexual scammer, which is, I think, a generous term, actually.
Yeah, I think he physically forced her to suck his dick. I think that's what he did. Something like that.
That's rape.
Yeah. Yeah, not the nicest guy.
I guess I'd rather buy the silly hat then, you know?
Well, it's not even a real silly hat.
I'll buy the silly
hats and they were like low quality, like this is a rat hat. I'd be like, all right, maybe he didn't understand the quality. Maybe these are some Romanian hats, not the kind that he thought they were going to be, but it's an NFT. It's by its very nature. It's
who's doing NFTs in 2025?
That's another good question. Like we immediately saw those NFTs, and it was one of those things where it's like, are we just blind the way that we were to like this crypto thing and any of the other big things? And we all knew NVIDIA was an incredible company, but we didn't see them doing what they've done. Like maybe we just didn't see this coming. Maybe NFTs really are the future. And it was like, no, they're not. Clearly they're not. There's cartoon characters and you guys are spending all this money on them. And there's like, I understand why Pokemon cards are expensive. Like when I see that holographic Charizard that Logan Paul was wearing, like on a necklace instead of a big diamond, it's worth $400,000 somewhere in that range. It's like, I get that. That is rare. There aren't many of those, and it's part of a thing that like millions of people are into. I get why that's valuable. Just like that Superman copy one, like the episode 1 of Superman, they found a new one in an attic somewhere, $9 million. You know, I get why that is. It's rare. It's part of something that the people that's beloved. I get its value, but the NFTs, it was clear. It was clear that it wasn't going to work because if, for one thing, let's just say it did catch on like fire, and everybody was like, "Yeah, check out my monkey," and I was like, "Oh, you haven't seen my raccoon," and Woody was like, "You guys don't even know. Check out my stag," and we were like, "Wow, he's got the stag." It was like it's like the business card scene in American Psycho. Like, if that happened, we would just steal them. We would just copy paste. Like it's just a digital image. Like you can tell me I can't have it and only you can have it, but I'm just gonna steal it right now. It's mine now. It's digital.
We saw NFTs were stupid from the start, and there have been a few Bitcoin dips where I'm like, aha, I'm about to be proven right.
Yep.
I'm waiting to be more fully proven right this time. I get that it dipped from maybe 125 to 85, something that's close.
About right.
Yep. It's got more to go down for sure. It's not done.
I won't be flexing until it drops below 10,000.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, Bitcoin has collapsed. But until then, this could just be one of the dips like so many others.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know anything about it. It's just the feel of it. That's just the way it has. That's the way the motion is of the ocean is going.
Yeah, like Trump is propping it up, right?
Yeah.
Trump has the U.S. government buying it. Trump is sort of, I don't know what he's doing, U.S. transactions in his own crypto coin and shit like that. When Trump's out of office, and someday he will be, what will that do to the crypto universe? I don't know.
I think that I don't feel like the left is going to be anti-Bitcoin or anything. I don't know. I think it's universally beloved at the high end of politics because they love money. They love getting bribed and like a difficult to track way to send millions of dollars by wire is probably a good look for most of our politicians. I'm sure they wanted to prosper and do well. I don't know. I don't see it going anywhere, but we'll see.
Maybe historically that's not what happened. The left tried to regulate it, and then they're like, all right, so let's have regulated coins and unregulated coins, the shit coins, and people will know that they're buying something speculative, and we'll let adults make bad choices if they want to, and then these are the ones that are more regulated. That's what the left did.
I see.
So it's not like they're just
I would like something like
making
that.
Presidential coins to get money funneled to them. That's not a both sides thing.
The Biden administration was very scary for anyone who owned Bitcoin, for sure. I think Gary Gensler, when he was at the SEC, was probably the scariest man on earth for anyone who owned Bitcoin.
Turned out okay.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
I've been watching this Peter Thiel guy because he seems like a cartoon villain. And I'm wondering why no one has run up with a big net and like captured him yet. Because it's like, there he is. That's fucking Blowfield. He's right there in front of you guys. Like, he's not on Skull Island. He's not at the center of the earth in a fiery cave. He's just on 60 Minutes calling the Pope the Antichrist. There he is. There he is. Why? Still not going to get him. No? The Marines aren't on the way? What are we doing here? Why haven't we grabbed him yet? Like, that guy just... He seems cartoon villain evil. I think he literally did say the Pope was the Antichrist this week.
He picked the
waking
vice
up
president.
And doing blood rituals for sure.
Powerful
the vice
man.
president. Yeah. I mean, somebody's got to.
Okay, traditionally the president-elect does.
Do they?
Presidential candidate.
But do they?
Okay, maybe. I don't know. How can I know though? Right?
I think there's power brokers. I think that like I think once the group I bet there's some like swanky meeting at somewhere, and like the head of the Republican National Committee's there, and like all the higher ups and the donors are there too, and they're like, hey, Bob's coming over tonight, we're gonna take one last look at Bob and see if he's our guy. And it's kind of like that. And then they're like, Bob, you're gonna love this. We have a couple ideas for VP for you. What do you think of Johnson or Barron's or Paul? Because it's going to be one of those. Actually, it's just Paul. It's Paul. The first three were a smokescreen. It's Paul. Your vice president is Paul. I feel like that's how it goes. I don't know. Maybe if you're like I don't know. I think they pick them for you. I just do. I don't think.
Do you
Trump
think somebody picked Tim Walz for Kamala?
Yes, I absolutely do. I think that there was a lot of like research and focus groups and a lot of like weighing and measuring and a lot of like backhanded, like left-handed handshakes that were going on. Like, this guy owes me for this guy owes me for that. I didn't think that he was the go-to guy. He just didn't. I know people talked about Shapiro and that
Tim
lady
Walz
from like Tim Walz.
He was a bad pick.
I didn't dislike him though. Like, I remember like in the heat of the race, one time I was seeing the right constantly go after him, and it was like, y'all are failing at this attack on this guy. You should just keep his name out of your mouth, because the more people look at him, the more they're going to like him. He just seems like a nice, friendly guy. He hunts and he's a family man and he has a sense of humor. Like,
he hunts, he fixes his own car, and all that stuff is true. He's a family man. He seems like a good guy, but he wasn't the vibe that I wanted. The Democratic Party has kind of a pansy problem.
Yeah.
And Tim Walz isn't the solution. I wanted, he's obviously a Republican, but
that's
like
a really
some sort
good
of
way to
Arnold
put it.
Schwarzenegger type vibe. I don't know who we have, that would do that, but I wanted someone who would offset the pansy problem, and he wasn't the guy.
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I like him.
He also got in.
Wait, did I say his name wrong?
No, you said it right.
No, you said it right. You just almost said the N word.
No, I didn't almost think it. I don't know what we were talking about.
Treacherous last name to say.
Did you hear about
thank you. Now I get
the Somali scam going on in Minnesota?
Which one?
The
biggest supporter of that terrorist organization, it turns out, is the Minnesota taxpayer. That's not hyperbole.
Yeah. So basically, in Minnesota, Somalis from a country known for piracy and fraud got here and immediately began engaging in piracy and fraud, where they realized they could get money by saying their kids are autistic. And then you find a doctor to prescribe or to diagnose them rather as autistic, and then that boosts money. And so basically the Minnesota state fund for autism went from 3 million in 2018 to 400 million today, and it's all fraud driven, and a huge amount of that money, like Kyle said, is being donated to a terror group in Somalia. And the only reason that Jacob Frey was reelected in Minnesota as the mayor is because intra-tribal Somali, the mayor of Minnesota, Jacob Frey, he was running against the mayor of Minnesota. Or I'm sorry, the mayor of Minneapolis. My mistake.
Oh, okay.
The mayor of Minneapolis. It was Jacob Frey, the incumbent, against this Somali guy. And the only reason the Somali guy lost is because it turns out, happenstance, now Somali tribal politics are part of Minnesota politics, because Ilhan Omar went out there and was like, we all have to stand together. We have to do this and that. And then it failed. And she went out again and was like, we must remove these Googlamites or whatever the fucking other tribe is named, saying like, we have to get rid of them because they're not for Somalia. We are for Somalia. Minnesota for Somalia. And so it, believe it or not, importing hundreds of thousands of Somalis has not made America
Trump took away their protected status. See that?
The Somalis?
A great deal of Somalis, yes.
Good, yeah.
He did the same thing he did to the Venezuelans, and
they don't belong here, bro. Somalia sucks.
Good old. Okay. You ever met a Somali?
That must be an edgy take on Reddit, but it's not in the world. Yeah,
I know, but like, well, just like a blanket statement. They don't belong here. Those Somalis. It's like a country of like millions and millions of people. Like some of them are fine. Some of them come over here and want to.
What are your favorite Somali inventions? Like, what are your favorite things?
Inventions?
Yeah, like inventions, industrious practices. Like, what are your favorites?
I'm not looking for inventors. I'm not looking for the Somalian Thomas Edison. I just think we should have
Thomas Edison. And this is what I say, is that there is so much gold in the bald man's head that you must get it.
Most of the Somalians I've met are like really good guys and hardworking and like family people, Muslims.
Yeah, there's plenty of nice people from every country, of course.
Well, yeah, but you're saying we don't need any of them. Keep them out. All of them. What about the nice
Well, I think their entryway has been sullied. Like, no thanks.
I don't know. Minnesota, I've never met a Somali I didn't like. All the Somalians I've ever met I really liked. Seemed like good people, but I don't think that we should let any group fraudulently take money from our social services programs and send it to Al Qaeda linked groups in Africa.
Yeah,
I'll stand with you there.
No good.
Yeah. Like, I don't know any Somalians. I've known a couple Nigerians, and they've been winners. Chocolate Thunder's one of them, right? He came here. I think he got an engineering degree. Now he's working hard during the day, building a real estate empire on the side.
Got him a white woman.
He does. But these are
Nigerians hustle, dude. Those guys grind.
Yeah,
he's cool because I like him, so I'm good with that.
But he's like good for America. Like he does good things. He's a productive member of society. He's a winner. Do you
think he's
takes on basketball? He's a Celtics fan, which makes him racist against black people somehow. But but like. I don't know. I think in general, people he was born here, but his parents moved here. People who self-select and go to another country to find a better life are often the cream of the crop on where they came from. People who just stay where they are and suffer and fail, the lazy ones.
Sometimes, but there's also plenty of retards coming in.
Yeah, I mean,
I see them pull their whole families over. Yeah, I don't know. I think we all just want a more selective legal process for immigration.
You know what I want? Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle.
They should be tall too.
I would like it if we had some regulation on where they live for a while. Like, I don't like Chinatown or Little Italy or whatever. Like maybe this is racist, I don't know. But I would rather it be more of a melting pot where like they didn't take over an area. Instead, they blended in and sure they could influence us a little bit. We all
That's
love
traditionally what's always happened though. If you look at New York, right? You know, you
is it Somalia? Little Somalia.
I'm talking about Italian.
I'm
talking about traditional immigration. I'm talking about Italians, Irish, Germans, how they end up in these pockets of where they speak the same language and everybody there is that.
Yeah, that's fine. But assimilation doesn't seem to be as big a thing anymore because now they'll be like, oh, this group of Haitians should assimilate to Ohio. And they're like, what are you, a racist? You're trying to get them to delete their history? And it's like, no, that's part of assimilating. Is what do you think assimilation is? It's not some ethereal guess. It's you assimilate to white Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture. That's what America's always. You assimilate to that. You bring whatever bits of spices and food you can, and then you move from there. Like
everyone's happy with the food. I think maybe American food is subpar because we're never like, keep your food where you came from. We're like, what you got over there? Maybe it's an upgrade.
I think we have good food.
What's American food?
Sorry, go ahead.
What's American food?
Burgers, our version of pizza, barbecue. Barbecue would probably be the biggest piece of Americana as far as cooking, because that's something that just isn't done similarly elsewhere.
Korea.
Those aren't my top tier food. You know what?
Korea took it from us. Yeah,
Asia has you name a country. Mm-hmm. What? Thailand, China, Japan. They all have top tier food. I like Vietnamese food. Where the fuck is pho from? Is that Vietnamese?
That's Vietnamese. I love Vietnamese.
Yeah,
food.
Yeah, dude. You just go around China. It's banger after banger after banger. Mm-hmm. They're dope.
And Japan kicks ass at food. Sushi. Nobody else, put their feet in that pool figuring out sushi. They did. They figured it out, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Unless you're picky. That's the ultimate picky eater food, isn't it? Where they're like, I won't have sushi.
See, I'm not with you on that one. I've tried sushi 14 times. I've disliked sushi 14 times.
What have you tried? What pieces?
Everyone says this. I've tried California roll. I've tried octopus. I've tried vegetarian shit. I've tried it in the little dipping thing. I do like the ginger strips that like come on the side. I'll eat that straight up off your plate. But I am not a guy who doesn't like sushi because he hasn't tried it. I've thoroughly tried a plethora of different choices,
and you're getting it in the nigiri form, which is just the bed of rice and then the slice of fish. That's the form you're getting.
It's a circle, like a cylinder.
Oh, you're getting rolls. You're getting rolls, brother. You got to get nigiri.
He's not going to like nigiri. You think he's going to want a big chunk of raw fish?
If you want to really try sushi, you do need to get nigiri for sure.
Yeah,
that's what I order every time. I get sushi a lot.
I get sashimi. I don't even get the rice. I just eat the slices of raw meat, and then you slather that wasabi on it, which it's not even wasabi. I'm saying
you've never had real wasabi.
But it's horseradish. I know, but it's tasty, and I like
horseradish. Real wasabi is extremely expensive, and it's only potent for like minutes after it's been not minutes, grated and then like made. So
really?
Like we've never had real wasabi. Minutes.
Now I feel like I have to try this horseshit version of sushi.
Also, barbecue.
But it's the only version of sushi that's like real. You get a little piece of nigiri. That's the traditional sushi thing you see. Or
how is a sushi roll not real? I mean, it's at a restaurant on
the Americanized
sushi because it's like 90% rice, and then there's like a piece of cucumber and mayo, and then a tiny
California roll.
A whisper of well, that's what he said. Is California?
Oh yeah, California roll.
Well, I've tried a lot of choices.
That's definitely some white.
Little avocado.
I specifically mentioned California
roll because not real.
People say, "Have you tried a California roll?" When you say you don't like sushi, they're like, "That is the pad thai of sushi, the one that everyone is okay with." And I'm like, "Not even that one." That's why I called it out. But
I don't like California rolls either. I think they're shitty. Like I like regular sushi.
I like spicy tuna rolls, and I like really good tuna nigiri. That's what I get if I'm going to get sushi. But I stopped eating sushi because I saw either on Reddit or YouTube someone had like good high quality sushi and you could see the worm crawling out of it, like a parasitic worm crawling out of the
So when you
fish.
say high quality,
Pish posh.
you
That
sure?
wasn't high quality.
Chew it
If
properly,
they-
dude. Chew it
it-
well.
all sushi fish should be frozen beforehand.
It is.
And so
Unless
they
you're in
clearly
Japan.
didn't freeze it enough.
Yeah, I don't know what the situation was, or maybe they defrosted it and then some sort of worm or
Does
parasite
this
got in it.
parasite
Or-
cause weight loss?
No, I think it just caused just terrible illness.
No.
Probably muscle wasting. Does that count?
It probably just causes diarrhea.
Also, I looked up barbecue because I was positive that we didn't invent. I don't think there are any American foods. I'm pretty sure there just aren't. I was right. It's from the Caribbean. Barbecue is based on the native word barbacoa. It's the Taino people, Christopher Columbus.
Do you think those fuckers figured it out, or do you think it got here and we figured it out?
I think that they figured it out. They were slow cooking over special kinds of wood. Christopher Columbus came, enslaved, raped, pillaged, and stole.
You're not a patriot at all, dude.
Stole that, and then
You're
then
a fucking bitch.
introduced.
You're a commie. You're a pinko Kyle.
I'm just saying, you're trying to make
America.
up facts about American cuisine when, in my opinion, we don't have a cuisine. That's the beauty of what we are. Our culture
Ugh.
is a melting pot of cultures. That's why I don't like 100% slamming the door
Buffalo
on immigration.
wings.
I'm sure someone was
It's in the
frying
name.
I
chicken
love some
wings
good
and putting hot
multicultural
sauce
It's
on
in the
it.
name. It's
I
gotta
love a
be
buffalo
American.
wing.
Oh,
Wait, Kyle, are you undercutting buffalo wings now?
I doubt that like Buffalo. New
Oh,
York
the
was first
Hutusi
time-
tribe on this island also ate chicken with fucking the spices they had available. So I guess we stole that.
I mean, if you can, I bet someone else was eating hot wings before those goofballs in Buffalo, New York, figured it out. You know what I mean? like.
That is fair.
The
Those people suck.
secret,
For sure.
the secret of buffalo wings is a chicken wing and hot sauce. Like, I doubt they were the first ever to like come up with that winning combination.
It
Why
was
do
a
you
winning
doubt
combo,
America able to create that, but not anyone else? Right? If I
Because
told
America's
you that,
like 200 fucking years old, and,
Yeah.
and everyone else is thousands of years old. Those
Okay,
cultures had
that's
all
fair.
of that time.
That's fair.
I'm
And
agreeing with
because
this right
by
now.
very nature, we're a country of immigrants where we're taking the best of everything and then we Americanize it. We turn it up to 10. We deep fry it. We add more salt,
We add
more sodium,
cheese.
more sugar,
Mhm.
more cheese is a big one that we love to do, and it becomes this other thing. The hot dog's not from here, the Frankfurter, but fucking chili cheese dogs. That's American. I bet nobody else had ever done a fucking loaded and all of the.
I don't know. I
ridiculous
bet
things we
I
did.
bet Germans did that, but we did steal the Frankfurter and we
Frankfurter?
improved it. We
I
made
mean,
it
the
better
hamburger-
than
the
Germans.
The hamburger is from
pizza.
Hamburg, like it's or no, and the sandwich is the Earl of Sandwich.
Yeah.
Like we didn't do anything. Like our pizza is you could
Cornbread?
make-
I just don't
corn-
like how little credit
That's
you give
Indians.
America.
That's Native Americans, which you could kind of take credit for. But,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
that was like indigenous tribes in America grinding the corn up and making a.
Dude,
They
I got
we're-
one. You
we're
can't
too
take
new
that
to have
away
invented
from me.
this much
That's
shit.
American. Cornbread? If you have to say Native Americans aren't Americans, it's in the name.
Yeah, but Native Americans aren't American culture exactly. Like they certainly.
God. There's nothing I can say that you'll accept at this point.
There's like 6 of them left and they lost, dude. Like we won.
Yeah, so we don't get to like take credit for inventing cornbread. White
Yes,
people
we
didn't-
can. We won.
No,
You just told me
we
that
acquired it
America's
from them.
Anglo-Saxon Western values, and all of a sudden it's whatever is here. Like, no, we didn't invent.
I'm saying we
cornbread.
get credit for
White-
all of it.
No cracker invented cornbread. I promise you. That was definitely some Indian grinding up some maize and like drying it out on a rock.
You think
on
they
hot
made it
rocks.
good?
Well, no, they didn't have butter, but that's neither. here
Oh,
nor
so
there.
it was horrific and disgusting
I doubt
because
they
they didn't.
They
Figure
probably
out
used
the level
animal
of
fat or
agriculture
suet.
required for butter.
Well, no, they didn't have domestication. They didn't have
No,
cows.
of course not. That was
They have
thousands of
cows.
that
you would need
was,
a cow. You would need cattle for that. I don't know
that
why
was
you're hating on the
that
Native
was
Americans so
10
hard.
that was 10 turns ahead in the Civ game that we've all
We've
been
been
playing.
through this with the domesticated animals. They didn't have access. They didn't have. I don't think the Native Americans had cheese, to my knowledge. But in any case, or butter or any of the dairy products. But in
Yeah.
any case, they invented fucking cornbread.
But
I'm
we were
almost positive.
cheesed up when we showed up. Like those European boys, they were down for cheese. They had thousands of years of cheese eating to prepare their gut biome. Then they got there and made
Probably
more
the
cheese.
milk drinking more than anything, right?
Probably, but milk is great, so you can't rip on people for drinking.
But I stand
milk.
by my point. There are no real American foods. We like
That's
macaroni
insane.
and cheese where the cheese comes in a powder.
macaroni
I
and
kinda
cheese
get
is
what
from
Kyle's
France.
saying.
A
Thomas
burger
Jefferson.
is
didn't have powdered
American. A
cheese in
burger
France.
is American.
Well,
The
like
shape of the food of a burger is American. Whether or not there are things from different cultures in that burger is, to the birds. There's plenty of things you can do, but
Define a
a burger
hamburger.
is American.
define a burger.
It's a patty.
Tell me when something is a burger.
Yeah, it has 2 buns of patty, cheese, and then usually tomatoes.
It has
and lettuce.
to have cheese.
I mean, if you're
That's a
if you're like a baby back bitch and you like hamburgers,
I'm asking
then
for
I
a
guess you could do
definition,
that.
Webster. Look, we didn't invent the hamburger.
But we did it better than Germans.
They took 2 pieces of bread and put a piece of meat in the middle. That's a fucking hamburger.
We did it better than them. We made it a food.
We
that was their probably
Americanized
like
it, and
poverty shit.
Well, you can say that about
We
any
made
number
the
of
American
things, but that
version
doesn't
of
make
a
it
lot
an
of
American
shit.
food. Like, is
Yeah.
spaghetti American?
The
No,
way
don't
we
think.
do it is.
No.
The way we do it is.
Well, then say American spaghetti.
You
but
just don't have
pretend
pride
you
in America,
invented the
dude.
shit. It's like if I take a fucking Supra and put a small block Chevy in it, that ain't an American car. I didn't look what I did. I know it's incredible. No, it's a fucking Jap car that I bastardized. Like, just because it's fast doesn't mean that America makes amazing cars. No, that's a Japanese car that I fucking stuck an American engine in.
I think we make tasty food.
Yeah, but by Kyle's standards,
That's not wrong.
we have to invent a new food group in the last 200 years because everything existed. It's in some
Dude, Kyle's
form.
arguing about this like it's religion, just unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Let's talk about noodles then. Like who invented the noodles?
America.
Oh, probably the China man.
It's in dispute, but I'm pretty
think it
sure
might be Italian.
it's China.
A Wop and a Chinese guy got in a fight. And then that was what came
a lot
out
of that stuff goes back to China. If you go back to the origins, but I'm not trying to be anti-American here, but we didn't fucking invent anything. Most of our core favorite American foods, like hamburgers, French fries, pizza. Like, think about what I just said. Like French fries
We
and
made
hamburgers. Like, they're named for the countries they came from. Like,
we made it better.
in what ways?
Wait.
Cheesier.
And even if we
Coca-Cola.
did, you don't get to take credit
Coca-Cola.
for it.
Have you ever seen a pizza made in
did
Italy?
invent
It's like
Coke.
they're allergic to cheese. They don't put enough on there.
Was
douse
Coke
it.
the first soda?
No.
Was there?
Well, it wasn't even a soda. It was a medicinal thing at the
It was the
time.
first
Coca-Cola.
Oh.
It's had Coca-Cola comes from the 2 main ingredients: the coconut and the cola plant, and the cola nut
Coca
and the
plant.
coca plant. I got that little. And the coca plant is, of course, where cocaine comes from. So,
Yeah.
at the time, cocaine was used medicinally. And so the guy who invented Coca-Cola wasn't trying to make a new thing for the soda jerks to sell to kids. He was trying to make a tonic. It was supposed to be like a health tonic to cure this, that, and the other.
Sounds so much better than current Coke. Just getting some nice fucking blow water in 1920.
They
Sounds
great. That
still,
would be
I
sick.
think it still has. Doesn't it still have trace amount?
I choose to believe
No.
the pharmaceutical industry lobbied against Coca-Cola. That's why we don't have it anymore.
It absolutely does not have trace amounts of cocaine in it.
Currently or back in the day?
I feel like that would cause a lot of issues for
Currently.
people taking drug tests.
It could, yeah, like
Makes sense.
like Elaine
Yeah.
eating.
I just drank too
the
much
poppy
Coke, I
seed
swear.
muffins.
So the Coca-Cola company, they import legally grown coca leaves from Peru to be processed by a third party. The coca leaf extract from the Stepan Company, which imports 100 metric tons of dried coca leaves annually
my
from
God.
Peru, and then they remove the cocaine from the extract.
Where
So
do they put it?
Is it like in
Hunter
the back?
Biden? Yeah, that's interesting. They still use the coca leaves. That's wild that they're legally allowed to bring in coca leaves and then process them and then just remove the cocaine. I guess for the flavoring. Is that why? Is that part of the secret recipe of Coca-Cola? You remember? Do you know the story about the Coca Cola employee who stole the secret recipe and tried to sell it to the Pepsi company?
Oh yeah,
And
like they got the feds involved,
didn't Pepsi give it back?
Pepsi
And
called
they were
FBI.
and Pepsi was like, we gotta, get right with Christ here. And then they sent that one guy to jail. That's so funny. Yeah. He really thought he was like, I'm bringing the roof down on the whole operation. And then Pepsi is like, nah.
Nothing tastes like Coca Cola. Like clearly millions of dollars have been spent to try to copy that flavor, and nothing comes close. Like none of those like Special K Walmart brand colas ever even come close to what the
you don't like Shasta.
True.
You're not a
Very
Shasta
true.
man.
I mean, I'm not saying those are like terrible colas, like especially if they have full sugar, but they don't taste like Coke. Like they
It's
can't get
weird
close
that
to that
Coke
flavor.
is on top because it's clearly not the best.
What is
Like,
the best?
What's the best cola?
Sprite.
IBC Black
Or that's
Cherry.
not cola. I guess
Oh, no,
Pepsi
cola.
is better. Pepsi's better than Coke.
Well, Coca-Cola owns like tons of products. They probably own
said
IBC
the
Cherry
best.
Cola.
I didn't limit myself to just shitty drinks.
My vote's Dr. Pepper.
Dude, if a IBC Black
I don't like
Cherry
that.
is on the shelf next to a Coca-Cola, only a fucking psycho would reach for the Coca-Cola.
So you're, because this is just colas, not all sodas. It's kind of Coke, Pepsi, Dr.
it
Pepper.
IBC?
Those are kind of the only.
No. Dr.
colas.
Pepper is not a cola. It's a cherry
Is it
soda.
not?
Dr. Pepper is a cherry soda.
Wait,
So
hold
the-
on. What even? What?
So
Wait,
cola,
no, Dr.
colas
Pepper's
have
a cola,
cola in
right?
them.
Interesting.
So anyway,
I just thought it was the
my-
color.
all right. So the three core colas for me are Coca-Cola, Pepsi Cola, and Royal Crown Cola. And if all three of them were sitting there, full sugar, 12-ounce cans in a bucket of ice, I would reach for the RC Cola.
I like
That's my
RC.
favorite of the three.
RC.
It's like a slightly fruitier Pepsi. I like it. I think I've always liked RC Cola. We used to get them in glass bottles at like the general store that we'd hang out at as a kid, and that shit's whimsical as fuck to me. I love RC Cola. And
If you don't drink Coca-Cola every day, it's pretty harsh. Like you taste it and you're like, fuck, it hits back. Like it's not a mellow drink at all.
Yeah. Any sort of carbonated drink like that. Like if you're not used to drinking carbonation and you hop into a carbonated beverage, it's pretty aggressive.
How soft is that sentence you just uttered?
What do you mean?
Man. If you're not used to carbonation,
Some people don't drink carbonated beverages.
I don't drink
dude.
carbonated beverages very much.
Woody is expressing exactly this right now.
We ran out of lemonade, so my wife gave me a ginger ale. Fucker's still here unopened. I won't drink this shit.
I hate ginger ale. I hate ginger ale.
I love
What
ginger
is
ale.
it? King shit.
I like
Ginger ale.
ginger ale. I like root beer.
Ginger
I
ale
like
isn't for
birch
taste.
beer.
Ginger ale is medicine.
Root beer's great. Root beer's very good.
Love root beer. Yeah.
What's your favorite root beer?
Ooh.
Probably
All right, so
Mug.
I'll tell you right now. Of the main ones, I like Barks. I think it's the best.
Oh, of the
but
big boys. Okay.
But if you expand out a little bit, I prefer Virgil's. Virgil's comes in the glass cantilever bottles. I think
those are solid.
you can get. They have this one that's like the special reserve with Bavarian nutmeg in it, and that one's extremely good. It's like $4 a bottle, but it's a big bottle. It's a European bottle. That's my favorite by far. But like IBC and Mug, pale in comparison to Barks. Barks has bite.
That's crazy. IBC is what I was going to say is the king.
For cherry
IBC
soda,
has
it's
the-
like candy. It's like liquid
Has
candy.
the king cream soda. IBC cream soda is the best soda in the world. And IBC root beer is also fucking solid.
Cream
Incredible.
soda is criminally underrated. I don't know why everyone drinks colas when like black cherry and cream soda and better things exist.
Black cherry is too sour. Didn't like it.
I love cherry. It's, and I've always loved cherry soda. I like peach soda too. Maybe
That's
I
a
don't think I've ever
Georgia
had a
thing.
peach
I don't
soda.
want a peach soda. That
Pe-
sounds terrible.
the Knee High makes peach, and there's another company that's slipping my mind, but Knee High makes a really good peach soda. It's tasty, super sweet.
You guys
like
ever
it's like
seen
candy.
you guys ever seen the Dr. Pepper cream soda?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I tried it and I did
What?
not like it.
I
yeah.
love that shit.
I've never.
Is that
seen
what
it.
you're all about? Are you slamming
Oh,
those?
Dude, I mean, no, because like I don't find them too often. Pib is great. I also really like Pib. But yeah, whenever I do see him on the shelf, I'm definitely drilling a cream soda Dr. Pepper. I'm like
Do
a
you
Dr. Pepper only kind of guy.
These 12 packs were buy 2 get 3 free, and they were $11 each.
Dude, they're giving Pib away.
No,
I just don't like it.
All
that
Coca Cola products.
Oh, is that a Coke product?
It must be. It's part of this like family of products that you can mix and match into the buy 2 get 3 free thing. That I have so many sodas. I've been ordering. I've been getting ready for Thanksgiving. Let's transition to Thanksgiving talk a little bit. I've been getting ready for Thanksgiving dinner, and I keep being like, I forgot the sausage. I got to do another order. Or fucking stuffing. I forgot the fucking celery for the stuffing. And so I've done like multiple grocery orders in the last 3 days. But every time I take advantage of that buy 2 get 3 sodas. So I've got like, I don't know, 12 packs of soda in the kitchen, like legit, like a little pyramid of soda that I've purchased. I'm not gonna have to buy it for a long time. It's such a good deal. Is it
all Coke Zero?
It's mostly Pib Zero because that's probably my favorite right now. Like that's kind of my go-to soda right now. I like Dr. Pepper Zero a lot too. I like Pepsi Zero. They're all good. I like all those. But I'm getting ready for Thanksgiving. I was gonna do a turkey. But then like the oil for the turkey alone is $60, and then the turkey's basically free. I don't know, somebody's subsidizing turkeys around this time of year. I don't know how that works
for a giant turkey.
If that, they get really cheap. And then, but yeah, I'd have to get a propane tank, and then I got to get the $60 for oil, and it's like, all right, I'm $85 in before I get the bird. And then I saw that Popeyes does fully cooked, deep fried turkeys for $60, and I was like, oh. Problem solved. Just buy one from them. But they all sold out, and now they're all sold out, and I can't get a frozen turkey to thaw out in time. So I've got turkey breasts that I've got brining in there, and I'm hoping I can deep fry just the turkey breasts. So I'm gonna try.
You're not gonna have a whole bird.
No, I'm just gonna deep fry it's like a skin on, bone in, like big turkey breast that I got.
Is it even a holiday?
I mean, I'll make it through somehow, some way. But I'm hoping that works out because every time I deep fry the whole turkey,
you're just deep frying.
I just eat the breast meat anyway.
2 turkey breasts.
Yeah, they're 2.5 pounds each.
I mean, this isn't in the spirit of the season at all.
No, I need the whole bird in there to make it Thanksgiving.
Yeah, dude, all the skin on it and shit. That's the whole.
Get the skin in there.
Yeah,
eat it. It's tasty. You got the wings on there. You get to rip the wings off when you fry it.
Come on. That's one of the best
wing.
parts.
I don't like the legs or the wings. I just eat the turkey breast anyway. So
that's psychotic. You don't like the legs you don't like the only good meat on a turkey?
I like the breast, the turkey breast.
You like the white, dry ass breast.
It's deep fried turkey. It's incredibly juicy. When you squeeze the meat, the liquid drips out of it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. This dry turkey.
I eat fried turkey breast every year, and
sounds
I have like
sounds
2
like your grandma's
slices
not much of a cook.
What are we doing here?
Sounds like Grandma Taylor doesn't know her way around a deep fryer.
I'd put her against you in a competition to the death with my life on the line.
First of all,
damn, that's serious.
Oh, I would. Because he couldn't handle it.
It just sounds like your grandma just doesn't know the way around a deep fryer. Maybe that's why
it's my grandpa who's deep frying it. My grandma is worrying about roasting the prime rib, by the way.
The traditional prime rib.
The traditional prime rib, which is why I only eat 2 tiny slices of white meat on the turkey, because it's like, this is decent. It's fried, so the skin's great.
Have you ever eaten wild turkey? Like not a butterball from the grocery store, but I lived out in the wilderness and
gamey.
Not only is it gamey, that's a little bony, not much meat on it bird.
Mm-hmm. It's like a big pheasant.
Yeah. It's more like a fat buzzard. It's like that. I remember we shot one time, and I was just like, God, are we gonna eat this? Like, I don't want to eat this. And Dad was like, I don't know what to do with it. It's kind of illegal that we shot it. And I'm like, well, fuck, let's throw it in the freezer, and when turkey season comes around, then we'll get it like stuffed and mounted, because it was a nice one. I shot it with a rifle from 400 yards away. That's not how you turkey hunt, for anyone who doesn't know.
No, you don't usually use a rifle from that distance for turkeys, because it would explode the turkey you want to eat.
No, it didn't. You know, it didn't explode. But we threw him in the deep freeze, and I was like, turkey season comes around, we thaw this bad boy out, take him to the taxidermy, get our turkey all dressed up, because it was a nice one. I didn't know much about turkeys, but apparently, like, our buddy who was like, look at the beard on that gobbler or whatever they say. And so we froze it in the deep freeze with the pizza, put a trash bag, threw it in the deep freeze with the pizzas. And there was also like an entire deer worth of like steaks and hamburger meat.
Oh.
The power went out. And,
oh no.
And I guess when the power went out, like maybe the breaker flipped one way or another, deep freeze stopped working. And, you know, it's in the basement. You only go down there when you eat a pizza on a Saturday night or something. You don't want to cook. So, like, I don't know how much time went by without us knowing that it was just down there warm. And deep freeze is sealed, so you don't smell it right away until you go down there for that pizza one night. And it was just the most rancid, awful punch in the nose smell you've ever smelled. And then we had to figure out what to do because it was like full, like a big deep freeze, like a chest freezer, like as big as my desk is, and like me and you could hop in there and play cards. It's that big. Like close the door on us, and all of that shit was in there, putrefied down to like there was like lots of liquid from the ice had melted and mixed with the putrefied meat, and we just wanted rid of that thing. And my brother-in-law was like, "You ain't throwing that away, are you?" And we're like, "Yeah, we are. We're going to." We put a like a strap on it, like a ratchet strap. Picked it up with a tractor and like just took it away to the edge of the property and just left it there. He went out there and washed that thing out and took it home with him. Like, how much could that freezer have been worth? Like I just remember the smell was so bad. We smelled this. We were 200 yards away, and the smell hit us like the shock wave of the Beirut explosion. It was delayed, but when it got there, you were just like, oh, like I threw up. I threw up when the smell got to us. Like, it was that bad. It was so putrid and disgusting.
So you wouldn't have used this fridge repurposed?
No. As far as I know, he still is using that freezer to this day. And it was so disgusting. What did he say? $300? I don't know what a deep freeze costs, but it wasn't worth all that.
Couldn't have been enough to warrant that, yeah.
But anyway, my turkey was rotted away in there. Never got to get the poor old boy stuffed and everything. But yeah, what are you doing for Thanksgiving? You going to grandma's house and getting some disappointing turkey?
This year I'm going to my girlfriend's dad's side and then her mom's side, and I'm always a bit of a grump with the food because I'm used to my grandma, and a lot of these I always assumed grandma was just a label you put on someone who was a master chef, but it turns out a lot of people's fucking grandmas aren't great cooks, and so you have to go eat their food. And then you're kind of disappointed because you're like, this isn't great. And so I can't make it to my grandma's for Thanksgiving this year at all, unfortunately. Christmas, I'm still all in on Christmas every year going there. She was already telling me, she was like, nah, Tyler, I know you're coming down the night of the 23rd. And so what I've got for us that evening is I'm going to do a seafood ball. And so I've got about 20 pounds of snow crab, and I've got a bunch of this and that, and that, just listing all the things that she's going to do in this boil where she's going to dump it all out on the table, and it's going to be fantastic. And so I only just have to wait until Christmas season because I'm not going to get my tasty treats in Thanksgiving.
Well,
the world doesn't deserve this woman. She is wonderful.
She is wonderful. Like, I'm at the point in my adult life, like I'm 34 and my grandma's 80, where I'm like, oh my God, she's not going to be around forever.
Taylor, like when I worry about that.
I worry about it all the time because I love her so dearly. If I'm like Andy Bernard in The Office, where he's like, if my grandma ever dies, I'm gonna kill myself. I think that's what he says in the show, which is like that, yeah. Very funny. But yeah, it stinks. It's like, oh man, like they're getting so old, they're not with it as much anymore. The little things they used to do every Christmas or holiday season, they can't do anymore, where they're like, I can't be on my feet that long, can't make the cake this way anymore. It's sad. I'm worried. I'm stressed. And both of your grandparents are already dead.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I watched my grandma die.
Oh,
did you?
Yeah.
Did you tell us about that?
Yeah, she's all jaundiced from the cancer and just dying, looked like a bird. She's like 90 pounds. She was so weak, and she was just like, "I love you, Kyle. I love you. You're my number one grandson. What are you doing? I'm laughing. You see, I'm laughing at my dead grandma's story."
I didn't say anything.
The way you describe it is just so.
I was laughing at something else that happened in the something else happened and I laughed at it. But what
no, it was another thing.
It's a fucking different thing, dude.
Jesus Christ, this show.
No, that's what happened. No, she was dying of the cancer, laying there in bed. Just we were both crying a lot, just like I was telling her I loved her, and she's like, "You're my number one grandson, my only grandson." She's like, "I love you so much. I love you so much." And then she died. The cancer. She had fought the cancer for a while.
All the time. They've grown up their whole lives hearing they're my favorite daughter and my favorite son.
Yeah, that was her little joke. Yeah, she would always say, you're my number one grandson. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, she was awesome. She's why I like.
You're in my top two grandmas.
Well, and then there was only one. That was the best part. No, I had the other one. The other one died, and I didn't care at all. My dad's mom, when she died, it was like, do we have to go to the funeral? Like, can we just do I even have to go? I don't like that lady. She was lame. But my mom's mom was great. I hung out with her like most weekends growing up. I would be at her house because I was so hard to handle, and we would just watch Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, Sigourney Weaver movies, watch wrestling with my papa and stuff like that. So that was a real formative part of my childhood, was spending every weekend with her. She partially raised me.
All right,
that's why it hurt so much when Taylor laughed at her dying words.
Didn't even laugh. I laughed at a different thing happening.
I only smirked at and laughed at him laughing.
Oh, I understood, Goblin. You were just fine what you did.
We both
Goblin,
saw something.
You're okay. I just want you to know, Goblin, that you are fine.
I really appreciate that.
I saw a couple of jokesters in the corner of my room and laughed at that.
There's people. Oh, okay. I
would never. Oh my God! Did you think I laughed? Oh, you thought I laughed at your grandmother?
It seemed like you were laughing at her, and like,
oh my goodness,
yeah. It was right around the time I mentioned how jaundiced she was from the organ failure that you really cracked up. I noticed.
That's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I would never laugh at her old ass yellow self.
Jesus, she was very yellow.
Was she a little yellow?
It was really upsetting to see someone you'd loved your whole life all yellow and dying. Yeah,
we're not going to make fun of SpongeBob grandma at all.
No, you can stay away from it. Stay away from it. It's tasteless.
Did you think of The Simpsons?
I was like,
even once.
Yeah,
no disrespect. No disrespect.
A little. I was like, she kind of looked like Mole Man at the end. Hans Moleman. She had a little bit of that.
That's a very funny character for her to go out as. So I like that.
I was thinking Mr. Burns, but I guess.
Oh no. I was watching The Simpsons just the other day, and it's a Mole Man episode, and he's like pinned under a car. And he's like, oh, someone will come, and you hear, and wolves show up, and they're like, and he's like, oh, wonderful rescue dogs. It's always the worst thing imaginable happening to poor Hans Moleman.
I love Hans Moleman. He might be one of the funniest recurring characters of any show. I know Simpsons is gay, and it has.
Mr. Burns was huffing ether, and he was confused, and he thought that he was like about to get a power drill and start drilling into the Moleman's head, and Hans is like, my brains,
my brains, getting drilled into.
What's the holiday plans, Woody? Is there a big?
I don't even know. I don't know. We're not going anywhere tomorrow, but I don't know. Do we have? I am delightfully not a part of this problem.
Sure,
they'll handle it. So one of two things will happen.
Yet?
No, that'd be after Thanksgiving. And tree singular. You're adorable. Either Hope's had the same boyfriend for I don't know, like 3 years now. Either those two will come over tomorrow, or we'll do some sort of makeup Thanksgiving this weekend. I don't know which.
Is it? Do you know if it's going to be like turkey or ham or?
It's always turkey.
Gotta be turkey. You can't go ham. Ham sucks, dude. Worst form of pig meat.
We've had a big ham on Thanksgiving and Christmas, but only as an additional option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be an addendum to the meal. If it's all pork, all ham, I'm fucking pissed.
Do you like pineapple on the ham? Do you like a pineapple?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't want super sweet ham. No,
I do.
People who put down pineapple on ham don't understand that things in life can be good.
Sweet and savory. Pineapple. I do the whole thing just like the cartoons. I want the rings of pineapple with the cherry in the middle, and then the toothpick stuck in, and then you score the entire outside, smother it in brown sugar, and then wrap that bitch up tight with aluminum foil and let all those flavors bake in, and then you've got all that juice at the bottom. That's a mixture of pork drippings, brown sugar, pineapple, and cherry juice, and you just spoon that shit over the top.
That's a good ham.
That's good stuff.
That's a good ham.
Yeah, but it's still ham. It's not great.
Did Goblin say what he was doing for Thanksgiving?
Get
I
high as
haven't
fuck.
yet. No.
What are you doing?
I was originally going to fly home to see my parents, go see my mom and grandma and all that. But I had to move that to Christmas. So we delayed that to Christmas. I mentioned that I was filming my podcast the other day, and my producer says to me, he's like, my girl's really good at cooking, and we're going to her parents' house if you guys want to come. So I'm going to my producer's girlfriend's mom's house, and they make Filipino food only. So I have no idea what I'm in for. And what I was told in advance is that her mom barely speaks English, and she streams her singing karaoke on TikTok Live, and they're going to want us to sing on that. So,
okay.
I'm going to be singing tomorrow and getting drunk and, eating some food that I don't know what it's going to be yet. But
you know what? Hit us with a few bars of Don't Stop Believing, just so we understand what they're in for.
Dude. Don't spend it. Don't spend it.
For free, dude.
Is this your first time meeting the mom?
Yes, dude. I haven't even met his girlfriend yet.
Can I give you a tip? Maybe learn just how to say in Filipino, "Thank you for welcoming you into your home."
I like that.
I bet that'll go so far that she'll love that. I had to look
or
up what
just
language.
wing it. Be like, I
only have to do that.
I do not understand what he said.
I only have to do that with the mom because from what he's told me, she's a mail order bride for the dad who has a lot of money.
Shit.
So should be good,
How old is she?
No clue. Much younger than him, from my understanding.
Yeah, that checks.
He's like very old, and she's I don't know. I mean, sounds like maybe 50s.
Sounds like he's a pussy getting guy.
I want to transition to mail order brides now. Taylor, what are your thoughts on this? Because I have often thought that like worst case scenario, it seems like a terrible idea. Best case scenario, it seems like an incredible idea. The idea of getting one of these trad wives from a foreign country who's like,
tell me more about the refund policy.
Yeah,
someone with low standards, right?
Woody, tent your fingers when you're contemplating. It's a good look.
so she shows up and she sees your CRV and she's blown the fuck away, dude. She's like, "Can I wash it for you, please?" Like that's her attitude when she sees the Honda.
Well, that seems positive. Yeah.
Yeah, that she's like blown away. Like
I was describing a woman with low standards.
No, I'm describing a woman from fucking the Philippines who's like has walked barefoot everywhere she's ever gone.
Just a grounded woman is what that is.
Sure, that's a word for it. I'm
Yeah,
talking about a mail order bride.
Oh, you want a slave? Is like what?
Well, I'm not going to pay her. That's
certainly not. No, her payment is being here in America.
Tell me what the difference between a wife and a slave is. Like exactly.
Like less fiduciary responsibilities if something goes south.
I wouldn't kiss my slave.
Well, that's not necessarily true. That would depend on where you are. I'm talking about fundamentally speaking.
Never make
what are the core differences between? I can come up with a prenuptial agreement or live in a country that has men's rights, and you can just get. She's out of my house now. If you had gone through your divorce in Iran, I promise you, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, get the rocks, boys. Like that's how.
Damn. You mean I could have saved $20,000 by just being Iranian?
How's your throwing arm? How's your throwing arm? That's what the judge would have asked you.
I would have been like, I'm feeling up to my old form. Just tossing that rock. right down the middle.
But no, a wife seems to be someone who has legally bound to you. And if you go by just what's said at weddings, she's there to and she's kind of your servant, if you look at traditional ways to look at it, think she's property essentially. So I don't know what the difference between a traditional marriage, and I'm not talking about 1950s marriage as much as I'm talking about 1850s and prior marriages
for sure. But and also they say stuff like women are good at driving, and it's like cut it out.
Some are good at driving.
Are they really? Are they really, or are they just better than you expect?
Here's how I classify drivers as good or bad. It's pretty subjective, obviously, but it's whether I can take a nap in the passenger seat while you're driving and just fall asleep and feel perfectly comfortable and not worried about you. I don't need to watch. You
would fall asleep in a car with a woman driving? That's
some
crazy.
Women drivers. Yes,
that's
I have.
Crazy.
I had a girlfriend who was a really good driver. She was I think everybody thinks they're a good driver. I am one of those people. Some of us are right. Here's the thing. Everybody thinks they're a good driver. Some of us are fucking right. And I'm one of those people. I'm a good fucking driver. And she was also a good fucking driver. I would see her anticipating the problem, not just reacting to it. She was like, oh, in 15 seconds, that's going to be a problem. She's getting over, she's slowing down in time. She's doing limousine stops. There's not this herky jerky thing. The brakes on her car aren't perpetually squeaking because she wears them out in 3 weeks. She's a good fucking driver. But then I've had girlfriends where I'm my feet are in the passenger floorboard, pressing so hard into the mat.
So hard on the floor.
So hard into the mat, hundreds of pounds of pressure. I'm fucking doing fucking Olympic rows, trying to brace myself for an inevitable impact.
I was thinking about Kyle sleeping while she drives test. It doesn't work for me because my wife is a bad driver, right? She hits things that are stationary a lot, right? But I sleep while she's driving. And it's because I'm comfortable with danger, right? I sleep right through that shit. Last thing I ever saw.
The prospect of death isn't disturbing to you the way it is to a lot of
everybody else's problem.
I've been in the car with Jackie driving one time in my entire life. She immediately hit something.
What did she hit?
A wall.
Well, it was probably something.
Was
it something that was, for the birds, impossible to miss?
When I say immediately,
it was in our driveway.
Yeah.
Oh, it was in a driveway. So it was in a familiar place where you've driven.
We didn't make it into the road before she hit a thing, and it was like, boom, and I'm like, fucking, can I get both seatbelts in the back seat?
Did she do the girl thing where afterwards she's like, it's fine, and kept going?
It snowy or something? There was something that she found distracting.
It was a sunny day. I remember it was great weather. It was the whole weekend was really nice weather. It was the spring. I remember I remember that. I remember we went to a roadhouse or something like that, some sort of medium level steakhouse or something like that. And ate. I remember having a hard time getting there and being afraid.
She crashed into our garage door once and then told me, in my defense, it was beautiful out. She was just distracted by nice things.
Yeah, she's got the perfect car for it too. It was that Toyota SUV. Yeah. It was this is a car that can take some knocks and little bumps into things.
Yeah.
This isn't some little Toyota, little sedan. She
Both
needed
running boards. We didn't fix them by the time we traded that thing in. They were crooked and the lights came off.
But no, back to the mail order bride thing. I think this is if you're gonna where would you get your mail order bride from? Would you go Russian or would you go Europe. Asian? Russian, Eastern. Asian, South American.
Okay.
Now don't just think which we were more attracted to. You have to keep this marriage up throughout her green card process, or risk that she
well, I'm just
or
gonna
risk
think
immigration fraud charges. Like
I'm just gonna think about what I find
relationship.
attractive, because it's gonna be a disaster relationship regardless.
Why
So
do
I'm
you
gonna
think that?
I'm gonna go Eastern European.
You're giving it up already. I mean,
Giving it up already. It's gonna be
Wow.
she's gonna hate me. I'm
So
retarded.
why Eastern European because they're hot?
I think they're attractive. Yeah, a blonde Eastern European gal.
Huge mistake.
So
Why?
Eastern Europeans are very attractive. I agree with
You
that.
going gook?
Problem is, all the Russians I've known are. Don't say that. All the
Six
Russians
bad
I've
boys?
known are emotional monsters. They yell about everything. It's just fight mode constantly. No Russians. I'm thinking Japanese. They seem sweet. And they
I think it's hard to get a Japanese girl. I think they have more options. I think that's a first world country. I think you have to go into like the Philippines and like maybe Thailand, somewhere
Vietnam.
like that.
that's the whole reason the
Vietnam.
industry exists.
Yeah, I bet there aren't a lot of Koreans, for example, because I think of South Korea as a very first world, like wealthy nation.
Get them from North.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get one of them North Korea, they are skinny. Those girls can wear a swimsuit. But I think the problem with if you get this Eastern European mail order bride, she's had cable her whole life. Like they've got so she knows what like wealthy Americans actually have, and she's gonna be over here thinking like, where is condo? Where is your condo? Where is American sports car, Taylor? Buy me diamond. Taylor, buy me mink coat. Taylor, you're not big American man. I thought you have dollars.
I hate her already.
Problem.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's like she's beautiful though. Yeah, but she sounds like that. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. It was a video call, no audio, just only text.
That's toughen.
Yeah. No, I think I would definitely go like Asian. I think I would go like Southeast Asian. I think they're hardworking. They're industrious. I don't know how to say low expectations in a good way, but that's what I'm looking for. Someone who's blown away by the basics.
They're like so you're looking at like rice patty style gals.
See, I don't want that. So I want someone who like isn't going to be shocked by electricity, but is going to be blown away when I take them to a museum or the movies. Like we go to a movie theater and it's like, holy shit. Like, wow. Like
That's what you're looking for, someone to be blown away by moving pictures.
But like an IMAX theater, like a modern, like American nice theater. Yeah.
Then maybe
I want her to be
Asia
shocked.
could be you could grab some Laotian, pop her in the car.
Ooh,
she'll
I like
be blown
that.
away.
I feel like
that'd be even better because they have no access to the sea, so you could show her the ocean and then she'd be blown away by
Al,
that.
how does a Brazilian strike you? Right, there's some real poverty in Brazil.
That's what my dad's done.
They seem like
bodies in Brazil.
My dad
like
had some
dirty
Brazilian chick living in his house for a while that was like 35 years younger than him or something like that. I think that was going well for him. I guess it. Yeah. I think it ended poorly. I think he had to repossess the car.
Your dad was getting pussy from a 40-year-old Brazilian gal?
Yeah.
Sick.
That's kind of how he rolls, apparently.
Your dad rules.
Every time I talk to him, he's like, yeah, it was good while it lasted, but it's soured on
And
me.
meanwhile, he's so based. He's like, yeah, I've watched the first 14 minutes of every Netflix show, and I've never seen an episode.
He has no idea how to navigate Hulu. God bless his soul. But he's figured out Tinder. I promise you that. Like that's how you know. Like
motivation.
Pussy will make an old man learn how to use an app. And that's all you have to say about the power of pussy, because that man, he doesn't understand what an app is or what Hulu is. Like he doesn't get the difference between like Samsung is the TV and Roku is the streaming device and Hulu is the app. Like they're all the same thing.
I had no idea.
Yeah, have you seen that funny video? It's called YouTube. It's a gas. And it's like, no, I think you're close, but yeah, I think he had her. I know he had her living with him, and he had bought her a used car. He had got her like a 2012 SUV of some kind, and he had to repossess that. He had to send some people to go get that back, apparently. But he's been made whole now, and apparently nothing went missing. She repatriated back to Brazil. I think probably because of some Trump stuff, unfortunately. She had to leave.
That worked out for your dad.
Yeah, it usually does. But although
you better get out of here, it's getting real. Telling her to get the fuck out.
He probably called INS on her, called fucking ICE on her. I tell everybody I know, like, join ICE, get in while the getting's good, and get this money. It just seems like a no-brainer. Would you do it if you were 21 and like you didn't necessarily have like a career path in mind?
Yeah.
All right, let's take you back to the car rental place, right? A job I know you hated, and didn't, obviously there wasn't going to be like a career. You didn't want to be your manager. And if ICE had happened then, and they're like $50,000 signing bonus,
100% I do it. 100%.
Right?
Yeah, I would have been like, this job is dead end. I can at least get more money doing whatever the fuck they want me to do, and then I would just silently hope that like they really did want me to stand on a street corner and do nothing.
No, they're gonna want you.
That
to
would be
like,
the goal. It'd be like, I'm going to sign up, huge bonus, stand on a street corner, wear some fucking cool Punisher mask, bada bing, bada boom. That's what you do.
If I could join right now, I would, just for the stories for the show. Like if I weren't a fucking felon, I would absolutely join ICE right now, just so I could come back. No, they have standards.
I would think it would be kind of like a bit of a Suicide Squad thing where they would want you. Where they would, yeah, where they would want you in the mix, making some decisions. They'd be like, "No, you couldn't trust him."
Look, if I were running things, I would also want me in the mix. I've got ideas, Taylor. I've got big ideas. You know, I could increase the amount of people that we're rounding up big time. All right. I think it needs to be a reality show, like right away. I want a reality show that's based around ICE, that's like Cops, but obviously you get the producer's going to cherry pick. We're going to film for a month, and we're going to and we're going to cherry pick the worst stuff. We're going to make ICE look good, make them look like heroes. You're going to have that one part. If you watch old Cops, you know, the camera's there and some guy driving, it's nighttime. You can see him lit by the dashboard. He's like, "Yeah, I've been a cop for 3 years. Just wanted to serve my community after I got back from the war, and I got to say, it's rewarding. You know, you see the effect you have on people's lives, and you do some good in the place where you live, and that means a lot to me. Like, you get those moments with the ICE guys. It would be an incredible recruiting tool. And tell me you wouldn't love to watch some fucking night vision ICE raids running into fucking the suburbs of Chicago, chasing them through alleys, thermal drones.
These illegals are pretty quick though.
You know what the theme, and you get vanilla. I want to tie vanilla
brown
ice
boys,
ice
brown
so
boys.
badly.
What you gonna do?
Ooh,
right.
I mean,
that's usually how it works.
I want Ice Ice Baby. I want that to be the theme song when it comes on. Yeah, I feel like I don't care that it's an old song. I think it still rocks, and it's just too perfect for Ice.
It's solid. That's a great song.
I'm so curious, dude. I've been wondering this whole time, what on earth are your guys' demographics on this show? Because like some of the things that you guys discuss, if I went on my show and like had the immigration conversation, I'd have to post an apology video.
I think it's men in their 20s and people that used to be men.
It's mostly present and former men in their 20s and maybe early 30s. But yeah, that is funny. Where so many other YouTubers are like, I have to apologize for what I said, and we're like, no, those people are fucking gay faggots. We don't care. Like just being mean.
Yeah, I think mostly our audience knows that we're just trying to entertain them, and like they've known us for long enough to know that we're not actually awful people. We're just having a good time. For the most part, I think. I say, you know, a little bit of column A, a little column B, I guess, but. Yeah, I'm not apologizing for anything I fucking say. Like, we're just having a good time. I'm sure I've said things that upset people. If anybody I cared about was ever like, hey, I was watching the show last night and you said this thing about this group of people, and like I'm one of those people, and it actually hurt my feelings. I feel really bad, and I'd apologize. But that's never happened once. Yeah,
it's never once happened. And I think a couple of years ago, I sang the N-word on the show or something. We get away with a decent amount just by, I guess, not caring as much, not listening to the feedback.
Interesting.
That's the best way. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't care.
It really doesn't matter. And you shouldn't read. This is an old Sam Hyde lesson, but it applies to people who are in the the space is like, don't read comments about yourself ever. Positive, negative, does not matter, because whether it's overwhelmingly negative or positive, it will create a narcissist. It will make you think you're bigger than you are, make you think you're more present in the
especially when it's something like what we're doing that's so personality based.
Never do that.
If we were doing tech reviews, it's a different story. But
Sure.
like what we're doing here is a lot more like
It's more
personality based.
ethereal. It's more silly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna look into the Southeast Asian bride then. I'm glad you guys chipped in on that conversation. I'm gonna get right on that.
I wouldn't just gloss over the Brazilians.
You know
I
what?
was going to say South America myself too.
You know, I don't want to sound racist here, but I'm worried that those Brazilians, there might be a criminal element involved. You know,
They love
your mail order bride operation for real.
Well, that's legal. There's nothing, you know, that those are just matchmakers. Okay, that's all that's about. You know, like they're just linking up.
They're just
American
linking
men.
up dudes like you and 14-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, none of them are underage. Where did that come from?
Oh my God, Woody, how dare you?
Christ. It always goes back to pedophilia with this guy. You got to wonder.
Oh,
at
with
some
this
point.
guy, huh? Yeah, right.
Minecraft server, huh? Interesting. That's an.
I'll put the rumors to rest. What's your preferred penis age?
Oh.
What is a preferred penis age? Is
I don't
that
know, man.
the age
I
of
don't
the
know.
dude, or
It was
how
the
long
fastest way I
she's
could
been
ask him
active? I
how
don't know.
old the women are he likes to fuck, and hope
Yeah.
he would do that.
I never heard the term before.
Yeah, no underaged women. I just
No,
you know, just want to mail order them.
No,
They come in a little
under-
box, do you think, or do they like fly over?
no, they come in a like one of those freight things on a boat.
They probably
Crate.
gift wrap them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are they called crates?
Oh, you're talking about shipping containers? That's a different kind of mail order. That's a mail order slave. Yeah.
Well,
that's what they all are, isn't it? I mean, what did
They
I
don't
buy?
grow on trees, Kyle. I get the cheap kind.
I
I don't
want,
think
a
so.
slave.
So realistically, I don't think that the mail order bride chicks are just like you pick them off the shelf, like, you know, an item you want, and they're like, oh yeah, you bought me. I think there's like some matchmaking and like they're not slaves. They're going to have to agree to have this romantic relationship with you and agree to be your wife. And I think they're doing some picking and choosing as well. Like they may when they find out you live in Florida, they may be like, ooh, that's actually no good for me because my family lives on the West Coast, and I'm really looking for a husband who at least lives like on the western side of the United States. Like there might be some deal breakers for them. Maybe they don't like
an
your
arranged
beard.
marriage.
Like an arranged marriage. Nothing wrong with that either. Like I think the arranged marriage thing like is probably the way to go.
Actually, so Indians have arranged marriage. At least everyone I work with did.
Yeah, and they're killing it.
Literally 100% of them. And it seemed like their marriages were every bit as successful as American marriages on average, maybe more so.
Interesting.
And the way it works like this is like they come home for these long vacations. Like I'm taking 3 weeks off work, and they come back with a bride selected because the parents have lined up a couple candidates, and everyone's sort of hoping and pressuring that they find a match. By and large, the women are hoping to be picked, but can also reject. And the men are picking, but can also get rejected. But it's usually one saying, please, please, and the other saying, I'm not sure. And they go on a date or two and agree after knowing each other for
What
weeks.
are your thoughts on later?
I
also love it.
And the parents know this other family.
She's like-
They've known these kids like during their formative ages. They have like the wisdom of an old person who's like, you know what, I kind of know what she's going to be like as a wife, and I think she'd be a good one. And they make matches that have the benefit of the wisdom of like 50, 60 years on Earth as opposed to 23.
Yeah, I've seen similar instances of arranged marriages working out better. And then also, like, for what it's worth, like not only have family members seemingly done some research and made sure this is going to be a decent match and a decent like family, but also I guess the idea is that your bride hasn't been whoring around for the last 15 years on the
Yes.
open market you know.
That's huge in India. Now, the culture there changes really fast, but I mean, I think all the women I knew from India were virgins when they got married.
Mm.
As far as you know, yes.
Oh no, we check.
You pop a finger in.
I pop a finger in.
You see if there's a, because the only thing I'm 100% sure that Indians like is grabbing live wires above trains.
Oh, you have not seen their littering expertise in person, because I've watching
it. I've said it before. They treat the environment as though it owes them money. They hate Indians despise rivers. Indians rivers, and they're like, yeah, you think you got one over on me, you fucking faggot. I throw all of my batteries in you.
Burning batteries in their backyard.
That's what they fucking do, dude. They need to
I keep seeing clips of like trains in India, and it's not the people on the top grabbing the live wires. It's like the conductor cleaning up the train car, and he like gets this big pile of trash that was on the floor, by the way. The floor is like covered in trash, like a movie theater if you didn't clean it for a month. And he's just like sweeping it all out the door of the train as they go as they travel, and just like trash, just like. I've saw a different video where he just like takes the like bag of trash that he's accumulated right out the side of the train. just
they hate
the wilderness.
Like I think it's confirmed. Like when an Indian sees a tree, he has nothing but vitriol in his heart.
You guys are making it on the individual level, but it's like on the corporate level too, like industrial waste dumping into rivers and stuff like that.
Yeah. And I mean, isn't that like the little stat where it's like the amount of plastic going into oceans? It's almost all India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, and the rest of the world is like, we're kind of like getting the handle on this a bit. Like, but those guys just don't care.
Yeah, that's
the Philippines too. I think they're bad on it.
That's why I don't like it when we handicap ourselves, when we handicap ourselves with those regulations when our competitors aren't.
How can our industries compete without dumping waste in our rivers?
Well, like I just want to draw the line somewhere. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to dump waste in the rivers, but I don't know about like carbon emissions, because I haven't. I'm one of those people.
Boo!
Why don't you have a conversation with ChatGPT about it?
Maybe later,
Okay.
but for now, I'm just having a hard time believing that man-made climate change is that like impactful on the whole thing, because it just seems like the planet constantly going through epochs of cooling and warming forever.
Dude, if we could change it, we would make it nicer outside.
We are, aren't we? Then they get.
Depends where you're from.
Depends where you're from. I guess so. Yeah.
I could go with a 10-degree warmer tilt.
You're gonna want to move south.
Season.
Not here.
No snow. Feels nice.
Kyle, you wouldn't want a 10-degree warmer tilt, right? Hotland is
fuck no. People would die.
No, that's Atlanta.
Like a million people would fucking die. like it would be a problem if the average temperature went up by 10 degrees, we would all fucking die.
Yeah,
like
we go from like 8 or 9 good months a year to 1 or 2.
Oh well, then, okay. Well,
here in North Carolina, anyway.
I'm reneging on my good idea. I will.
You've adopted Kyle's pronunciation.
He proved it to me, and I follow the law. I follow the law of pronunciation, and Kyle only had to prove it to me 4 times.
Yeah,
but that was the actual pronunciation.
Yeah,
you have to be right.
I am right. No, I don't want to poison the water and the trees and all that stuff. I don't want to hack and slash the forests or anything, but
the air is fine.
Well, to a degree, like it depends what we're putting into the air. I don't mind so much about like carbon dioxide, but I don't want like just literally burning coal. Like, you ever see those pictures of England back in the Industrial Revolution, the early 1900s, when it's just black soot everywhere? Like, it just, if you watch Mary Poppins, that nice sooty air, it was just like part of the culture was like, yeah, our city's just covered in soot. I don't want that. Put a filter on that shit, though. Don't stop burning the coal. Like, burn that coal. I always say this about oil, coal, all that stuff. we're going to burn it all. It's all going to get burnt. There's never going to be a point where people are like, it costs more money to dig that out of the ground than it's worth to burn. That'll never happen. It just won't. It'll all get burnt before that happens.
We could go in nuclear mode.
I was just going to say we should
Do
start.
not bring up the chart
We
of what
should do
nuclear.
nuclear. That's what makes the most sense.
Look up cost per kilowatt, and then we can talk about regulations, and we can do the fucking circle jerk again about nuclear power. Yeah, sure. But, and if we ever figure out fusion energy, then that'll work too. But we haven't yet. So for now and the foreseeable future, it is cheaper to dig that shit out of the ground than burn it than to do anything
but it's not
else.
It's not for real cheaper. Like, it's cheaper to have a running nuclear power plant than it is for any of this. It's just, it is so restricted by regulations. And then at the same time, you have solar, which is bolstered by subsidies, that then they take those end game costs and go, oh, wow, solar's basically free. And it's like, yeah, but not really, because it's subsidized enormously.
Like I said, it's just a circle jerk about regulations and how strict those regulations should be. And in the end, while I would love it if nuclear energy was everywhere and there was a reactor in every small town, like I don't know enough about the safety protocols of nuclear reactors to do that. I do know that we've had like 3 serious nuclear reactor incidents in my lifetime, I think, that were like scary and a real worry, from Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, and then
how many people died from 3 Mile Island?
None, because it worked out, but it was pretty borderline there. It was right there in New Jersey, right? Is it
Pennsylvania?
In New Jersey?
Maybe. Is it?
Okay, I knew it was northwest,
somewhere on the East Coast.
Yeah. But then Chernobyl. You watched the documentary or the limited series? Like, it came pretty close to poisoning the entire continent, and it killed tens of thousands.
But those
of people.
were communists. We're better at it.
Not all of them.
Kyle, we just need to remove the regulations to make it cheap, and then we won't
explain
have
the Japanese then, because what do you mean? I'm talking about Fukushima and their reactor meltdown.
They just needed to have a couple more boys on the ball. That's
anyway.
You see,
we're gonna
and again, less regulations to lower the prices.
Yeah,
and
make sure they're on
have
the ball.
The things that happen everywhere else.
Yeah,
it'll be good, dude. This is literally,
and nuclear power is subsidized.
Abandoning nuclear power is like
it's not being abandoned. They just built a new reactor here in Georgia.
Is like a caveman burning his hand on a fire, and then all of cavemen being like, "Better be safe, no fire." It's like, no, we figured out how to make magic rocks boil water and get free energy. Isn't that crazy?
So
Let's do it.
So I think Georgia is the newest reactor in the country. It took them. They're 7 years over budget. They're 7 years late. $17 billion over cost. It went live in 23.
Well, that's probably not because of actual cost. It's because of fucking corruption and nonsense.
What do you want me to do about that, though? That's baked in. You're like, that has nothing to do with nuclear energy. Like
then if that is the baked in presupposition, then who gives a fuck? Make whatever energy you want.
It's a fact. It's
fuck it. Go put a bunch.
I like the idea of the magic rocks.
Kansas with lenses.
I like the idea that the magic rocks boil water and make us endless, basically free energy. I like that a lot. If they ever figure out fusion, that'll break the mold.
How far are we?
I'd like it a lot more if it wasn't potentially dangerous and the most expensive source of energy.
How far are we?
And it takes so long to get it online. You need power.
I don't know.
Nuclear will be here in 2045 or something outrageous like that.
Nuclear also is the highest efficiency once it's set up.
It's the most expensive per kilowatt. Like this is almost like that argument that like communism is great, except that it's never been great anywhere. Nuclear is cheap, except that it's never been cheap anywhere.
I think it can be cheap. I think we can.
I think communism can work.
Like you guys really think nuclear energy isn't the future? You think windmills and big panels in Kansas is the future, not nuclear?
Fusion energy maybe, because it's incredibly safe. It would be incredibly safe, but they haven't figured out how to do it. Those reactions last for brief periods of time, and you need a sustained reaction. And what the funny part is, I saw someone on Reddit posting this the other day. They're like, so when we finally do figure out fusion energy, it's not just going to be boiling water again, is it? And they're like, yeah, it's going to be boiling water.
It'll be boiling water better than you could ever imagine. The best boil, the best water.
Yeah. It's just steam turbines getting spun by heated water using the magic rocks.
That it is. That's why there's no reason to be.
I've never understood why they can't use currents and like. So I grew up on an island, and next to each island was an inlet. When the ocean rises, the bay fills up, and there is so much moving water. It's an outrageous amount of energy, and it's based on moon cycles. It's predictable. It's constant. It never like wears out. It's forever. So long as the moon orbits the Earth, this thing will keep going. And I'm like, why is this not a good energy source? Like a lot of people live on the coast. Why can't we put a propeller in the Mississippi River? I saw the Mississippi River. That thing is raging. It is so much more extreme than people who haven't seen it might guess. And I'm like, why can't you put some propellers in there? And
they do.
A harness.
Well, not enough.
I didn't see any.
Clearly.
And like, why is moving water not a better energy source? Tides rising and falling seem like a tremendous amount of energy that can be harnessed. Maybe I'm biased because I'm from the coast.
The tides thing, I watched a YouTube video on it where, and this isn't poo-poo, it's just the tech isn't there yet, where the amount of energy it took to maintain these things in salt water was higher than the amount they were outputting. But that doesn't mean forever that's off the table. It just means they haven't quite tweaked it. You know,
picture a big floating thing with enough gearing to spin whatever, magnet inside of copper you need, and it'll spin it really quick and it'll get lifted. Right. And gears can be altered so that it like spins easily when at high tide and low tide, it almost stays still before it reverses direction. You could just change the gearing to take advantage of whether you're zipping through the middle of the tide or kind of paused at the top or the bottom. Mm-hmm. I don't know why this isn't like obvious, limitless source of energy, but I guess it's not. I've seen them do other things where they put like almost like a submarine underwater and it catches, through the propeller as it goes by. And they just found that oceans were a really expensive environment to operate from everyone working there, commuting to it. You want to weld something, 10x the cost by putting it underwater. Like it's a thing. So I get that, but it seems like it's limitless and clean. What did Kyle find?
Mm-hmm. Solar energy is the future, if you ask me. Like once we burn all the stuff, solar energy is definitely the way. There's a gigantic, we're trying to figure out fusion energy. There is a gigantic fusion energy reactor like floating
is it the sun? Okay.
Right at us. Yeah, it is. And it's shooting enormous amounts of energy onto our planet.
The thing about the sun is that it's just so it's so endlessly fascinating with how it brings you this energy, but it's not entirely in line with the sort of
solar's the future. The panels keep getting better. The panels keep getting better. The battery technology keeps getting better. And the transfer technology keeps getting better. It's gonna keep getting more efficient, cheaper to make panels, and it's just gonna be the move. And when Elon Musk talks about covering some spot in New Mexico or Arizona with some 100 square mile portion and powering the country, I don't know why we don't do it. Because his boring company and his self-driving cars.
Goblin, solar power, gay or not gay?
I mean, I'm team nuclear for sure. So, I'd say it's pretty gay.
Oh, I'm so glad you pronounced it right.
Gay as hell. Nuclear is the future. Goblin and I know. You guys can catch up.
I pronounce nuclear carefully now. Kyle has me on edge every time it comes
It's pronounced
what's the
nuclear. Like Homer.
I'll be watching a TV show and the national security advisor in this TV show says nuclear, and I'm like, okay, bro. All right. No one caught this. I have a pet peeve about technical advisors in movies and TV shows when you could have spent just a little bit of money to figure out how a gun works or how night vision works or how a car thing, just basic shit works so that you wouldn't make half
thermal goggles working through windows.
Sure, little things, that are just annoying. Like that. I've been watching that Homeland show, I think. That's about terrorism and stuff. That's a great show. I'm in the 4th season now, and I can tell it's getting a little weird. Half the cast is dead now, more than half. If you look at the cast,
awesome.
You might like Homeland then, because in the first season, if you looked at the cast of characters and then you fast forward to the 3rd or maybe the 4th season, it's like, fuck. All right, well, that person lived, and oh yeah, he's still alive, and well, they tortured that guy to death. He's no longer with us, and then they're like, oh yeah, all of those people died. It's like at least half, maybe 3/4 of the cast. They didn't make it. They didn't make it through the world.
In Walking Dead, 6 times a show, they get snuck up on by random zombies in the woods. But 2 or 3 times a year, they die. And anyone could die to it. You know how Carl died? Random fucking zombie snuck up on him. Like,
he wasn't minding his own business. He was off gallivanting with that ugly girl trying to help her or something.
I think he was trying to help the doctor person, Sadiq or something like that.
How
But
late
in any
into the
case,
show did this happen?
I'm sorry?
How late into the show did this happen? I stopped watching it like season
6.
Pretty late.
Season 6
Not
or 7.
6, no. It would have been post Negan, I think.
Yeah, 5 was Negan, I thought.
You left at a good time.
Negan was introduced in 6.
Yeah, I
the
stopped
fight
like
happened in
before
7.
Negan for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, Carl dies. He gets bit like in the lower rib cage by like a random zombie that wasn't like particularly like, they've been in worse spots before, and that's Carl. He was like season 1, episode 1 character.
Yep.
Rick died to a bridge explosion. They blew up the bridge to separate like a big horde of zombies from everyone else. I could go on and on, but the point is, core people in that show died, which means that this time, the 9,000th time a random zombie sneaks up on someone, you're like, he's not that safe. He's not that safe. Who knows?
In this Homeland show, like I said, I'm into the 4th season now. I think there might be 8. Like this is a long running popular show apparently that I just never watched. I think it was on Cinemax or Showtime or something. But I don't want to spoil exactly. But one of the Carl of this show just got hung in the last episode, and I was like, I bet a sniper's gonna shoot that rope. I bet SEAL Team 6 is gonna come and fucking shut this shit down. They'll scoop him up the night before, and then they hang that motherfucker, and I'm like, he's faking it. Like, I bet he's gonna wake up and he's gonna be like, and they're like, we slowed your heart rate to almost imperceptible levels and snuck you into Pakistan. Nope. The next episode's happened, and they're like, yeah, it's a shame that the main character died in the last episode, huh? And everybody's like, yeah, that sucked. And that's it. He's fucking dead. He's done.
Dude, that's so good. No one's safe. It's so good that no one's safe because just like if that was Jon Snow, they would have shot the rope out. Or possibly they would have let him die and brought him back for no fucking reason. Plot armor ruins TV shows, and I like it when they kill important people.
I'm gonna watch Pluribus tonight.
They might have just had like a contract dispute with him. They're like, let's just fucking hang him.
Quite possibly, yeah. I know in Walking Dead, contracts or even just personality disputes were part of the reason characters died.
Especially season 2. But Frank Darabont, I think, is the guy who it was like the creator showrunner for season 1. Then they cut his budget, ordered twice as many episodes for season 2. And then he made his exit after that, I think. And he took all of his like the actors who work with him a lot. So if you watch the movie like The Mist, which I think is also Frank Darabont, it's got the blonde, I forget Walking Dead characters, but there was the older guy with the beard who was always fixing the Winnebago.
Yep. That's Dale.
Dale is one of Frank Darabont's guys, one of his always in his projects. And then the chick whose mouth was always agape that we hated. Andrea, another one of his like actors. And so when he left, when he was like, you're not going to pay me, you're going to keep cutting our budget, you're not going to let me run the show the way I want, I'm leaving. Those actors went with him. That's why they subsequently got killed off really fast. And I thought the show got worse at that. I thought season 2 was one of the worst seasons in the whole show when they were just spinning their tires at that. When I think when they got to the prison, that was some good stuff. And then post prison, whenever they go to Terminus, I felt like they blew their load too early with Terminus. Terminus is such a good storyline that it felt like it should have been. I almost wish that the bad guys at Terminus had gotten away and like come back a year or two later. There'd been more, and they've had this history. Like I almost wish that had happened because you immediately hate the Terminus people. Like they're cannibalistic murderers, and you just want they're slaughtering people like cattle. And then Rick has got so many. Rick is just fearless for no reason. It's like Rick you read the script.
Yeah, he knows.
So they've got him like bent over the like blood trough, and they're like hitting people with bats, cutting throats, and he's just like, "You're in big trouble, mister." It's like, what are you talking about? Bend over, dude. Let's get this over with.
The only reason you're alive right now is because you're third in line.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
You're right. The Terminus stuff was some really fertile soil that they didn't get the most from. On the other hand, the Savior stuff, which is the Negan stuff, was also really fertile soil, and they just ruined it. They took it so long. They made it like a 2-year fight. It was boring.
And it was bad writing, and it's like the show is full of talent. Don't get me wrong, and the core, like the comic, the source material is amazing. Mm-hmm. But somebody there is way more concerned with making money than they are with telling a good story. Somebody is making that decision to make more money right now than to make a great show, because that otherwise that Negan shit wouldn't have drug on, and there wouldn't have been so much nonsense. Whenever they get in a goddamn, I always say, it's not just because I'm like a gun guy or whatever, but if you've got a group of 15 people who go up against another group of 15 people, we've all got modern weapons, AR-15s, machine guns and shit, and like one guy gets shot in the arm and a bad guy dies. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? This should have been a slaughter. Like everybody has a laser guided killing machine. Everyone should have died just now. Like everyone, we should all be dead, wounded, maimed, and then I also hate in movies and TV shows when like the character gets shot every week. Like every week they're getting shot. That's why I like The Sopranos so much. I give it so much credit. When Tony got shot, oh my God, it was like he had that crater in his stomach, and it was all septic, and and the after effect, he was weakened, and he was talking about like, I can't eat this anymore. Like this big strong man had wasted away his muscle mass, at least. Like it was rough. Like he was never the same again after that. And that's
on the
what
other
it's
hand,
like getting
Chris
shot.
Was one of his like hitmen, right? Chris was there to kill people, and he couldn't handle a pistol.
Chris is the best shot in the whole show. What are you talking about?
He pushes the gun forward when he shoots,
and he never misses.
Okay, but that's silly, right? Like no one can shoot like that.
Okay, well. He handles the actor handles the weapon poorly. However,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you there. But the character Christopher is a fucking SEAL Team 6 level killer. Every gunfight he ever gets in, he hits his target. There's that scene where they're robbing the wine from the Cobras or whatever, the Vipers. Mm-hmm. He's hanging out the window as they're driving away and hits the guy. He's like, I hit him! And like whenever those two, the Moltisanti kid tries to take Christopher out, he's laying in the street, bullet in his gut, kills the guy, shoots him in the head. Every time he got in a gunfight, he killed the guy.
Yet he doesn't look down the sights when he handles the gun.
Nah,
that took me out of it.
He's
yeah,
like, bang, bang, bang. Yeah. I don't like that either. You would think they'd be a little bit better at it, at the technical advisor stuff and just getting shit right.
Did you finish Gen V?
Yeah.
I'm actually plotting my way through it. It is a woke show. Like at first. The first season, I thought the wokeness was sometimes subtle. Like you pointed out to me. I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Not this. It's just getting woker and woker. It's a little frustrating. And
what are the most frustrating parts, Woody? I'm curious.
Oh, shit. I'm going to fail this quiz. I guess there's a not even a different kind of trans person, one who actually turns into a boy and girl at will. And they have like different powers that kind of fit their male and female stereotypes. When he's a boy, he's big and strong. When he's a girl, he has some other power, cleverness or something. And
energy blasts or something like that.
Energy blasts, maybe. The girl that uses blood to manipulate things. It started when she got her first period. And she killed her mom, and she thought she killed her sister, but turns out she's alive.
Her powers are also linked to self-harm in a way because she had to cut herself to do it. And it's this mental thing. And then there's another girl who gets big and small.
Yeah. And when she gets larger and smaller, it's hugely impactful on her sense of self-worth. So like when she wants to get bigger, she eats a lot. She can get really big, like 18 feet tall.
Oh, wow.
And she can get really small, like 3 inches tall. And she does that by purging, by throwing up or by eating a lot. And it's just sort of a extreme eating disorder type thing. Mm-hmm. And dude, there's a little woke message everywhere. Whereas like The Boys, for example, doesn't seem that woke. It's just
pretty woke,
self-serving. Well, then maybe it's slid.
I don't know. You don't watch The Boys, Taylor. What are you doing?
I've seen those clips. I seen it.
God. Oh my god!
Don't let him troll you, Woody. He doesn't watch. He doesn't watch anything. He plays Age of Empires, Pokemon, and he watches King of the Hill reruns. He doesn't know anything about
that's
modern
not
television.
true.
A lot of
I'm watching
King of the Hill's great show.
I'm watching Top Gear right now.
They hit like 25 or so and they just stop absorbing new content. Taylor has done that more hardcore than anyone else I know. He is playing video games from 10 years ago. He's watching TV shows from 10 years ago. Everything. He's got a dude. He is in 2015 and will never leave it.
Dude, I just I just when it comes to the important content, I just read books for it. And so I backfill all the other stuff.
Not me. I stay hip skibbity.
I felt that one.
I don't even. You know what's funny is I don't even know the cringe you're referencing, but I can feel it myself.
Good, you don't know that. Don't do that, Woody.
67.
I refuse to engage in 6'7". I just ignore when I see it. I like catch it out of the corner of my eye, like your dad's dick when he's stepping out of the shower. And
I knew that was a meme that wasn't for me, so I moved past it.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that. That one's. I don't want to. I don't care. I just don't care is the answer to that one. But yeah, Gen V, very woke. Its core concept is woke. I like it though. I don't give a shit. You know, preach, sister. You know, I don't care at all.
Yeah,
but
because there's enough coolness in between. I like the powers and I like the fights and I like that villain. I thought he was pretty sick. I finished the show, so I don't want to do any spoilers. But I will say the end of it is going to lead right into The Boys.
That's why I'm watching it. I felt like I'm almost doing my homework because I really like The Boys.
You 100% are. If you didn't watch this and you just jumped into The Boys, you'd be like, huh, who are these people? And why are they now with these people? They set the stage. The end of Gen V becomes the beginning of The Boys. And this is the last season of The Boys. So I'm psyched to see it. They're going to mix in some Trump shit, I'm sure. I hope that they I hope so. I hope there's all sorts of Trump related stuff. I don't give a fuck. I like it. I love Homelander. I think that guy's an incredible actor. I think that's one of the best characters I've ever seen on TV. Like it's one of the best villains for sure. He's very new.
Perfect.
Yes, he's so good at it. He's so good at being awful.
Is he an incredible actor? Perfect for this role. I'd like to see help me, the Breaking Bad guy, the star of the show.
Walter White.
Fucking, but I was going for
Brian Cranston.
Brian Cranston is amazing to me because he both killed it in Malcolm in the Middle and Breaking Bad, and they're the opposite.
Yeah, Malcolm in the Middle rules.
And Seinfeld, Tim Watley.
So, like, that amazes me in an actor. There are a couple other ones we could run through who can play lots of different roles. Seymour Hoffman, oh my gosh, so good. Whoever plays Homelander, I forget his name. I'd like to see him in more roles before I put him in the great. Ooh, that's interesting because he doesn't have an accent in the show. But I want to see him kill some more roles before I put him up there. But he's great for this one.
Yeah, I agree. He was in a TV show where he's like pretending to be a sheriff or something. It's like an action TV show, but I've never picked it up. Yeah, he's great at it. And in the end of last season, he was getting like gray pubic hairs and having he was like hallucinating and getting like freaking weird. And it's so scary to see someone that powerful become unstable. I think that alone is a good storyline.
I'm curious, Goblin, when you're not doing a crazy amount of drugs, what are you doing for fun? Are you gaming?
Oh man, I play a lot of games for sure.
What are you playing?
Dude, I play a little bit of everything, but lately a lot of Counter-Strike.
Ooh, are you good?
I'm not bad.
Okay.
Not bad. I'm not going to say I'm amazing, but
like being falsely humble. I bet he's good.
A lot of the
pretty
best
solid
FPS players I know come from Counter-Strike. That game rewards clicking on heads, small ones from across the map. And then when they jump in anything else, it just seems to be easy mode for them.
Yep. Yeah.
Is there like a CSGO like rating?
Yes. Yeah, there is like a rank system.
I think they have ELO over there, right?
Pretty muddied. So the highest I got is 14,900 something. Just under. There's like tiers, so it goes every 5K. So like 0 to 5 is the lowest. it's like gray. Then 5 to 10 is blue, and then 10 to 15, which is where I was, is like dark blue. So it's like not bad. It goes 15 to 20, goes all the way up to like 30. Sounds like middle ground, you know?
I'm asking my friend if that's a good elo.
It's the third highest.
It's the third highest. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not a CSGO player, but I'm tempted to give it a try. Not right now. I'm addicted to Arc Raiders.
Oh, have you ever played it?
No, I've never even.
You won't like it. You won't like it. It's very bare bones, and it's all right. Outsider looking in.
It's a pure
it's very
shooter,
bare
right?
bones, and it's a pure like mechanics shooter. Obviously, there's tons of strat and like game knowledge, but like it really boils you down to how good you are at clicking on heads. When I watched like the high level players play it, especially the tournament play, you can't tell. Everyone looks like they're cheating. Everyone looks like they're
It's
cheating.
insane. Yeah.
I want to live in that environment a little bit, maybe just so that I come out of it stronger.
It's also just not a real fun game. Like it's not very nuanced. It's like it's called.
No, I disagree, dude.
It feels like Call of Duty Search and Destroy, but with like over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
There's no game more fun to get drunk and play. There's literally not.
Tell me if I have this
counterpoint.
right.
Okay.
People in CSGO know that game so deeply. They know every line of sight. They know every grenade, weirdo ricochet throw that it is not just a basic shooter anymore. It is a test of knowledge and shooting accuracy and tactics, because
100%
expertise is that's why I haven't played
at
it.
a high level. It's crazy. Like there's so effectively, like, because it's so, I don't want to say basic, but like you do the same thing over and over. It's almost like Call of Duty, you know, but with less maps and like less game modes. It's one game mode. It's pretty much search and destroy. Like that is effectively what CS is every single round. And because you play the same map so regularly, you see like how everything plays out, and you get to the point where like you don't know where someone is. They haven't shot their gun or made any noise, but you do know. Like
you know where where they can be, and where
you know exactly where they're going to be, and you know how to preemptively aim there. So like, for example, for me, like I've played thousands of hours of Counter-Strike. I'm a very mediocre player, but I still am able to, like, before I turn a corner, my crosshair is already where their head's likely to be. And like if I get around that, his is probably also where mine's likely to be if we're the same rank, and it's just whoever reacts first, you know.
Have you tried Arc Raiders?
Yeah, I've played Arc Raiders. I played a little bit.
The movement in Arc Raiders keeps getting better and better. I have never seen a game move as well as Arc Raiders does. That I have 100 hours in it, so I'm not some super pro, but I just learned to slide endlessly, which is pretty neat. I learned to flip off buildings. So of course you can, if you don't the game at all, you jump off a building and you roll at the very bottom and you don't take damage when you otherwise would. If you roll at the top, you can hit the ground and run and shoot like immediately. This game's movement is deeper and more complicated and pretty skill based. I'm learning to slide through a door, get a shotgun hit, and then roll back from the door you came from with iframes. And I'm like a CB person. I don't get it perfectly, but I go where there's no players, like in the practice range, and practice for like an hour in a row to get where I want to be. And I don't know. Arc Raiders is blowing me away. In some ways, it's kind of simple, and in some ways, it's like, holy smokes, I didn't realize this was even in here.
If they keep the content cranking out the same way that like a game like Helldivers does, then it's going to be a really, really big game. But if they stutter step, if they don't fix this door glitch and some of the other complaints people have, if they don't find a way, I think, to balance the PvE and the PvP. And I think one thing that's going to happen is slowly over time, a lot of the player base is going to get soured against the like meaner PvP people from like Tarkov. The people that
hold on, are you guys friendlies?
Well, it depends.
I'm a friendly.
No,
in solo,
you know what I am? I'm sorry, Kyle. I'll go next.
In solo, if I'm there for like I've done all my quests. So if I'm playing solo, I'm either looting or shooting. And it's going to be a mixture of both. But I won't shoot you on sight. Like if I see you over there looting a thing, I don't just open up on you. And I'll tell you why. The maps are too crowded and too small for that. Because the culture in that game becomes almost like Among Us, where like if you open up on this guy, he might yell to a guy you can't see, even though it's in solos, and be like, there's a bad guy shooting at me for no reason. And then they'll gang up on you, and you can't win a 3v1 in this game, or I can't. It's going to be game over. It is
pretty hard to win.
So I tried it, but I'll be honest, like most of the people who want to PvP in solo will either be like clear about it right away, or they're bad. The people who have tried to camp and shoot me, like hiding in a corner, and they open up on me, I turn on them with a percentage that is higher than in any other game. In Battlefield, I almost never turn on people. It's the time to kill is fast. I'll do it sometimes if I've got the right weapon or they've got the wrong weapon. Like I'll turn around and fucking mow them down. I'm like, ha, and I'll even say it. I'll be like, you're bad. You got turned on in Battlefield.
If you
Arc Raiders, you better not shoot me and do a hat. You shoot the king, you best not miss. Because I'm not missing my shot.
I can't wait another fucking second. If you fucking are not friendly in solos, you suck at this game. You are fucking dog shit. There are other game modes, duos and trios, where people want to fight. But if you're a talentless, swapping dick shit, then all you can do is run around and shoot people who are aspiring to be friendly, people who are questing, people who are looting, looking in a chest. Get good. And like Kyle said, dude, every fucking time today, some cock shit tried to kill me in solos. They got turned on with bullets into their fucking nasal colony. Nasal, whatever. Anyway, they suck. They suck at the game. If you're shooting in solos, just tell me you're a dog shit FPS player who hasn't been honing their skills for 15 years.
You're passionate about this.
Yeah, you're passionate. Dude, you're fucking dog water at shooters if you go into solos, and you know you're doing it because you can't handle it in duos and trios. I go to duos and trios, I bring my fucking PvP load out, right? I'm bringing a Stitcher, I'm bringing a kettle, I'm bringing a Venator, I'm bringing a shotgun.
Are you using heavy shields or medium shields? Because I think medium's meta.
I like medium shields. I don't like the movement deduction. But anyway, yeah. So in solos, that's where you run around, you do the quests, you find your fucking harvesting, you pick your flowers, you get Celeste's journal. And then duos and trios, that's where we fucking throw down. And if you like to throw down against people who are picking flowers, you're just shit at shooters. That's you. There you are.
I agree 100%. It's absolutely true. I was playing and I just had like talked to a guy and he was like, help me with this arc. And I'm like, absolutely, fucking kill the arc with him. Like, good luck, buddy. And there was someone listening to us outside the building, hiding in a dark fucking corner. And as I run by him, he dumps his fucking white Stitcher into me and brings me down to like 20 HP. And I'm just like, and I see him, you switch weapons slowly in this game. So he's going to his backup weapon to finish me off. And I'm just like, nope. And I'm just like renegade, just like headshot. And he's in it. And I just, pew! And I was like, why'd you have to do that, buddy? And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm bad. And I'm like,
yeah,
fucking bitch.
Yeah, I fucking love it. I give them a morality lecture if they don't suicide. Like, get good. Don't fucking, listen, the robots don't shoot each other, but the people do. That's why the robots are dominating the overworld.
You guys would hate me on our creators.
I would fucking shoot you between the eyes. If you're fighting in solos, you probably are your shit.
Yo, so the only reason I'm fighting in solos is because my friends aren't on to do it in duos or trios.
Oh, is there no way to queue up for duos and trios?
I don't want to queue up with some randoms who want to go in there and like be nice to people or some strangers.
You like to find people who say friendly, and shoot them.
Yes, I always do. I always
bring it. Bring your fucking noise, Goblin, because I'm good at shooters.
Hey, lads,
I've been doing it since you were in diapers.
Dude.
Oh, damn, that's true.
I used to play a lot of Call of Duty when I was younger, dude. I used to play a lot of other shooters, dude. I mean, you've been doing it longer than me, but I don't know, dude. I'm confident, I think
you're confident, so you run around in Arc Raiders shooting in solos.
I shoot, dude. That's the point of the extraction shooters, though.
He's gonna wreck you.
Like, the point is to kill other people and loot them and take their stuff. I mean, when I drop into an extraction shooter,
that's not the Arc Raiders solos culture. It's not,
dude. I don't care about the culture,
people.
Dude.
See, you're not denying what I'm saying. You're just saying I don't care, right? You're like, I like to shoot people who don't shoot back.
I'm not. I don't jump on arc raiders and I'm like, man, I love the community, dude. I want to give back. Let's like really help these guys do their quests.
I help to get the guys. Bro, like, I need to kill a Rocketeer. I'm like, I got a hole cracker on me. Let's roll.
Like, if you were in my game, I would watch you pick like 100 flowers from afar, and I'd come up and I'd be like friendly, and you'd be talking to me. And as soon as you open a crate, I'm mag dumping. Like that's
as soon as you open a crate. I'm
definitely not a pacifist. So I'm definitely not a pacifist in solo. What I will say is, like, even if you're saying you're friendly, if your movement seems suspicious to me, if I feel like you're circling around me oddly, if you follow me at like clearly we're not talking, we're just sort of like passing by, and now you're kind of stalking me seemingly. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to open up on you and get first shot and kill you. I killed a guy the other day and he's like, "Oh, did you want my flowers?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I need those. That's how I make my bandages." "What do you?" "Yes, I want your flowers." "Oh my God, how many do you have?" It's like, yeah, of course I want them. So like, I'm somewhere in between because I brought a gun, you know, to this thing.
The thing
but at the same time, like, I'm not looking to PvP. I'm mostly, if I'm soloing, I'm looking for gear.
I have no gear fear. I couldn't be richer. I couldn't be richer unless you enlarged the size of my bank account to hold these riches. I have more stuff in my stash than I know what to do with. I don't need to shoot on sight. I don't need to shoot first, right? That's for players who aren't rich, right? That's for people who need my gun. I don't need my gun. I got so many more in my stash, I can't store them all.
What's
and
your
they're all
gun?
level 4.
What's your favorite?
For what?
Honestly, PvP. Like
PvP, I like a leveled up Stitcher a lot with all the attachments.
I thought I was going to have the nuanced view that the leveled up Stitcher is the GOAT. I think that's the move because the what's the pink SMG? It's like the
Bobcat.
The Bobcat. I think I'd rather have the upgraded Stitcher than the Bobcat. I'd rather have it. I think it's better.
If I'm really like going for PvP, and by the way, I'm not in solos, of course, because I have a long dick. If I'm really going for PvP, then I might bring a leveled up Stitcher. But the problem is sometimes I feel a little defenseless. You can mag dump a shredder, for example, and not make very much progress with a Stitcher.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. So if I'm
like
a
Pharaoh or an anvil for
a backup, sure, that an anvil is a backup. Mitch with the Stitcher is really nice, but I might just bring is it a Venator? Right, which is kind of the jack of all trades.
They nerfed it, and I don't want to fuck with it anymore. That was one of my first blueprints I ever got, and they turned that rate of fire down, and it feels nasty now.
I like the Tempest.
I win with the nerfed gun, the Tempest.
Is the Tempest 3?
It's an AR.
I don't think I've used that very much. I only have, I don't know. I'll tell you.
I drop a 3 loadout
hours
a lot,
in the game.
I'm just there to loot. Like, I'm there to just shoot people. You know,
yeah,
I play it as a PvP game.
What I want to say about the free loadout system is so genius. It's the only thing I'll say is if you do a free loadout, you should spawn later into raid, and if you do your real loadout, you should spawn instantly into raid because currently it's a mixture of both. So you can bring your goated gear, your meta shit, 100,000 coin worth, and you can spawn in with 18 minutes left in the raid, and that's not cool. That you're 12 minutes in, like especially in a game where people can extract camp. It's that thing we talked about in CSGO where 3 minutes into the match, you don't know where they are, but you know where they aren't. And you know probably where they're headed. And using that information, you can either avoid fights or set ambushes or everything in between.
Or the rushes to the valuable rooms. If you spawn in 12 minutes late, like you're wasting your time.
Yeah. And again, like mobility is big. So like, you know, you're putting your weapon away and sprinting at the beginning because, you know, there's a spawn point there. I can run here completely safe. No one's going to open up on me. But you spawn in 18 minutes in, and basically the whole map is a red zone. They could be anywhere in the buildings, above you, below you, sitting in a corner. I don't like that at all. But the idea of the free loadout, you know, compared to, say, the scav run of Tarkov, leagues better. It's just such a much better system.
Yeah. And
I don't know, dude. I don't know about that, man.
I'm listening.
It's pretty great. Have you played a lot of Tarkov?
Yeah, thousands of hours.
In terms of extraction games, it's like definitely the king for a reason. But
agreed.
Like with Ark, like I feel like the free loadouts kind of fuck the game up though, because there's no cooldown on them, and like you can just go in and never risk anything, which is like it makes it so easy to get rich.
That's what I think that's how they need to balance it. What I said before though is like that's how scav runs work, right? In Tarkov, you don't. Sometimes if the servers are bad, you might get in and you're 3 minutes into raid. That's a really early scav run. But most of the time, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes left out of a 35, 40-minute raid. You're picking through fucking looted shit. You're hoping there's a player body or somebody killed Rashala and then died doing it or something.
Yeah.
You're hoping for something like that, but it rarely happens. In this game, though, like you said, you can spawn right at the beginning with a free kit, and I don't like that. I don't think that that's exactly balanced, and I don't think it's really fair to the players who bring in full kits.
Who risk gear. Yeah, I agree. I agree on that completely. I kind of like that it's a little easier to get ahead on the wealth. It's a lot easier to get ahead of the wealth curve on Arc Raiders.
Gear fear.
It eliminates gear fear. You can run whatever you want. I basically gave away a hull cracker today. I got
it's 30,000.
Yeah. Right, it's fine. I have the blueprint. I can make more. It's no problem. And the guy I gave it to had never seen one before, so
I bet he loved that. I like doing that in games too. Like Rust is the biggest game where you can be generous toward the end, because at the beginning everybody's literally dirt poor. You're naked with a fucking rock in your hand. Your cock's out, and by the end, if you did well, like you've got barrels full of shit that a new player would just kill for. And so we always at the end of a server wipe find some noob who's like new to the game and has never seen an AK, or they've never seen like certain pieces of gear, like they've never used C4, and be like, hey, you want this base? The codes, and just give them the door code. Just like take our whole base. It's your base now. And little kids love that shit. They freak out and start screaming and thanking you. And it's like, no cost to me, but got to make his little day.
Yeah. Arc Raiders pretty cool. I like there were times during the show I was jealous. I know my friends are playing together, and I'm like, man. Tapping my tapping a vein. Last night after the hangout at 9:30, I came down. Jackie's like, "Do you want to play one?" I'm like, yes, yes. All right, I'm just gonna play run, then I'll give you attention.
Yes.
So,
just set the pretzels next to me.
I'm a little burnt out. I need new content. I want some new content. I like the PvP and the PvE. I think both are interesting. I don't know if I want more. I guess I want more items. Maybe I want something to do. I just feel like now I'm just playing for the love of the PvP because there's nothing else to do. Like I've killed the queens, and I've killed all the big bots, and I've taken all the best loots, and it wasn't hard.
Killed a queen or a matriarch yet? Which one's bigger?
The queen is bigger. The matriarch has like this shield, like bubble shield type thing that makes it more complicated. Yeah. Both are very easy to kill as long as you don't get third party. You just get yourself on top of a building in a good, not a glitch spot per se, but just behind cover. You just wail on it. I brought 50 hull cracker rounds, and so did Mitty, and so did the other guy, and we just wail on it, and then take
my friend
cover when
has the wolf pack, which for listeners is a grenade that's very good against bots. He has the blueprint for it, so we could just dump in resources and make progress pretty quickly, I'd bet. I don't use the hull crackers much. I know they're amazing against the wolf pack,
the bombardiers, the wolf pack. Yeah. I just like the hull crackers, just so cheap to run. That's my go-to for PvE.
The bombardier, what?
There's a big, basically a quad rotor drone that shoots rockets instead of machine guns, and it's a very formidable enemy. So
have you seen the bombardier beetle?
Rocketeer, is it?
That's the Rocketeer you're talking about. The Bombardier also exists, but it's like a giant spider.
That's that tick thing that shoots the missiles instead of the machine guns, and the Bastion is the one with the machine guns. Okay,
you're right. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm addicted to this game. I know the monsters right now.
I'm glad I got you into it. I'm always recommending games. I'm glad this one stuck. I'm glad you like this one, because I as soon as I played it, I was like, "There's something special about this. This is nice." The
Both
next
of my
game
friends. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say real quick. Both of my friends have the medium gun blueprint. The medium gun parts blueprint. And I didn't. And he's like, Woody, bring something with the safe spot. And I was hoping because they know I've been grinding it like 12 hours a day for a couple of days now. And he gave it to me. And it was like, oh, nothing but upgraded Venators going forward. I don't need variety like Kyle. I'm autistic.
You got a touch of the tism. Goblin, where can everyone find your channels, your content? Where can they find it?
Type me in on YouTube. Type in the Gobcast if you want to watch my podcast on Spotify or YouTube. I have a new show called Crackheads, which was with my buddy that I smoked crack with when I was in high school. So you can watch that on YouTube as well or Spotify. And I don't know. Type in Goblin, you'll probably find me. My Clips guy spams a lot of posts, so not too hard to find. But
thank you for coming on. We had a great time.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, it was a blast. It's I've been getting a lot of comments for a while to suggesting to come on here, so I'm really excited to have pulled up.
I'm glad you came on. PKA 780.